Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of America's Trophy Rotax Racing action as we start things off for our pre-finals here this morning from Tucson, Arizona. Musselman Honda Circuit, ready to see how karts fare out today. Justin Prince right now with you. Xander Clements alongside just a moment as we get set for today's action for the FZ85 Juniors. Remember yesterday, they had both their heat races to set up what the pre-final grid would look like here today. Those drivers now getting themselves in position to go for what will be a 6-kart field here today. Ashton Woon so far has been the most dominant driver in the class, has swept the weekend so far, but Brandon Eng has kept things up pressure-wise. Wyatt Kroger and RJ Brown also wants this field. You also throw Dante Rodriguez, and you also have Matty Dragon ready to try and battle it out on the racetrack. Just about all set to go as we look to see what your grid is. Woon up at the front of the grid, with Ing in second, Brown and Kroger starting in row 2, Rodriguez and Dragon row 3, Xander.
A flip of row number 2 from yesterday. Brandon Eng and Ashton Woon, though, have been top of the heat. Wyatt Kroger stalled it on heat 1 start, but in heat 2 he got a clean getaway, and he looked impressive. He was able to hang pretty much stride for stride with your top 2 starters. And a great look down as Robbie gives us the all clear from the backside of the grid. Our first race from Sunday, the FZ85 Jr Pre-Final, ready to go green as we go to the lights, and away we go, and it's a great getaway for Brandon Eng. Not the best for the pole sitter down to turn number 1. A no-question hole shot for Brandon Eng in the 579, and what a start as well for Dante Rodriguez in the 599 to get away nicely. As they roll into turn number 4 for the first time, that white and black Charles Leclerc machine moves up into the 3rd position. And what has happened to Wyatt Kroger? He has faded to the 4th spot, so didn't get away nearly as good as his fellow driver from the outside groove. But already Ashton Woon is going to work, staying nice and close here to Brandon through the S's for the first time. And down the backstretch, they'll scream up to full song, headed over to that final turn complex. Brandon Eng leads the way, Ashton Woon second, Dante Rodriguez and Wyatt Kroger. RJ Brown, Matty Dragon just a little ways back from them. 1 lap in the books, working now, 9 laps remaining here to turn number 1.
And keep in mind, yesterday in heat 1, it was a back and forth affair for a few moments between Eng and Woon. So there is a chance we see a little bit of that here today, once again, as they heat things up and as these temperatures start to increase here in Tucson. The thing will be, when does Woon get himself an opportunity to go for it, staying relatively close here as they work their way through the middle sector.
He's in no rush at this point, and again, these drivers, just like the other classes on hand, the Rotax Max Challenge classes, it's pretty simple of when you want to put that second batch of tires on. You want to do it in qualifying for day 2. But in the FZs, as we fight for the lead here down to turn number 4, Ashton Woon takes over with a nice, down into turn number 11, sorry, takes over and gets the lead away from Brandon Eng down into turn number 1. And Brandon's going to answer right back. They were in lockstep in heat 2. Not the case today. This is a mirror from the first heat race. Duking it out for the lead. Wyatt Kroger since gotten around Dante Rodriguez back for 3rd as well. And the fight is on up front, allowing the rest of the pack to close on in.
Yeah, well, they scrapped more opportunities for Kroger because remember, to remind folks who missed yesterday, Kroger, from his initial issues on the start, did get within 2 seconds of the rest of the field before the end of heat 1. Heat 2, obviously kept himself in the conversation for the top 3 at minimum, but right now it's going to require a little bit of help to make sure he stays up there with how things are battling out with these 2. Woon staying in the tire tracks. This will bring us to 7 laps to go.
He's going to go right back at him to answer back in turn 1. The kids are having fun here with these FZ85 Jr packages. Nice little battle between Woon and Eng, and bringing Wyatt Kroger into the mix. Wyatt's made 1 pass in this pre-final, but he has not yet brought the fight to the top 2. With them duking it out the way they are, he's going to have a chance as Eng goes back by in turn 4, and he covers a little bit into turn number 5. Right here is a tough corner to make any kind of pass on. We've seen only a handful, really. It's such a nice flow into the S's that you really don't have another opportunity to get back at someone up until turn number 11. Obviously, in Masters Max qualifying, we saw an attempt at turn 9. It did not end all too well. And as they roll down the backstretch here, Eng, Woon, Kroger, you could throw a blanket over them. 4 laps in the books, 6 to go. Battle looming as well for P4 as RJ Brown closes up on Dante. And here comes Wyatt Kroger to the inside, catches Ashton Woon slipping in turn 1. Little bobble on the exit as he tries to get the power down, but he'll have the preferred groove into the chicane. Move Wyatt Kroger up to second for now. Oh, all for a moment. Here comes Ashton right back.
Immediate shuffle on back. Why not at this point? Try and find a way to keep up with the race leader. This keeps on giving the advantage to Eng as this gap grows in front. Allows him to be able to get some breathing room. Remember, Kroger is a driver that's appeared at the national level as well in our events like SCUSA. Appeared in some of the Super Nats events a couple years ago as a mini Swift driver, but now as a junior, really showcasing his ability to get scrappy here amongst your top 2. Looking to try and find a way ahead at the halfway point of this one.
5 down, 5 remaining. And a gap now for Ashton Woon to try and hunt down Brandon Eng after dealing with Wyatt Kroger for a couple of corners. The biggest delta we've seen yet, and he's already sending it through the chicane. While Brandon Eng set fast lap last time by, I think Ashton could be on track for a heater. That was a good opening sector, not the best run out of turn 4 though. Let's see how he can do into the S's to try and close that gap back up. Meanwhile, RJ Brown able to make the pass work on Dante Rodriguez back a moment ago, so change for 4th. Moves Dante back to 5th. Matty Dragon a couple seconds away, back in the 6th spot as the field works its way down the backstretch. Once again, Brandon Eng out in front of the pre-final. It'll be equally weighted against the heat race performances that saw a full sweep for Ashton Woon, but his clean sweep of every category racing-wise on the weekend is in peril right now because Brandon Eng leads the way with 4 to go, albeit Ashton did indeed put the fastest lap of the session up last time by. He is charging towards the race leader down to a car length away.
Still pretty hard to get this done. Remember, you talked about one of the talking points we hadn't touched upon as much yesterday, dirty air, also potential factor point 2. See him right now slipping and sliding a little bit in some of these sections here, which is causing him to adjust his line just a little bit to try and figure out, is there a way to get this gap closed down while also riding in the tire tracks because this track is so line dependent.
Yeah, that's such a high speed sector of corners that the Lowell's S's that it's really difficult to follow the faster that you go and the more that you're leaning on that touch of downforce from the front fairing and front bumper. And equally, running in the tire tracks in the dirty air, someone else going to heat your tires up a little bit more. It's not much, it's minimal, but it's just enough to open a half car length or so. Ashton's doing a great job of making up for that in the opening sector of the racetrack where he has a little bit of an edge up on Brandon. And then right here is where he starts to fall back a little ways from turn 5 on. Let's see how he can navigate these S's. He was able to take a little bit of the inside curve and try to go just a hair offline, get some cleaner, colder air to the front tire on the inside in each corner, and that was a much better run through it. So he's back, I think, a little closer to Brandon this time. RJ Brown, by the way, closing in on Wyatt Kroger. In fact, he's been closing a little bit on all the leaders. Last time around, a 51.56 for him. The leaders now into the 51.4s. RJ, 51.6, so he did lose a little bit of time to the top 2, but he closed up to 3rd Wyatt Kroger as Woon's fast time continues to add on to what we're visually seeing, that he is back on the cusp of the lead again. 2 laps to go, and Brandon Eng with the look over the shoulder knows it. He covered a little bit narrow into turn 4.
Right now, Woon just looking for any place to send it, and the problem is the gap's not close enough to really lunge it alongside. Looking to find his way through Lowell's S, working the way through the Vibrani complex once again. Right now, it's going to require some bravery, potentially forcing a mistake here if Woon wants to get the job done on Eng. The problem is, Eng's still holding on perfectly over the course of these corners, coming to the white flank this time by.
Quick wipe of the visor for Brandon Eng, and then back to the gear lever as they go up the gearbox and then back down to second gear in turn number 1. RJ Brown now fastest on the racetrack. I wonder if RJ went with a sticker set of tires here for this pre-final. It'll be something to keep an eye on because, again, they will more than likely want to set those tires aside for the main event this afternoon. So I'd be surprised if he did with the size of the class, but if he didn't, if he's on scuffs, that's impressive stuff here. I think he's going to run out of time to be able to get to Kroger. Question will be if Ashton Woon's going to get a good enough exit out of turns 9 and 10 to make a run at Brandon Eng, but I think he's just too far back. Let's see what this backstretch run looks like. Almost, but not quite. Out of turns 11 and 12, Brandon Eng will end the hot streak for Ashton Woon. He'll score the pre-final win in FZ85 Jr.
And just holding on by 2 1,000ths, 2 100ths, 2 tenths. Math is big. Right now, Eng, amongst the drivers that's been very solid over the course of the weekend, breaks the streak of Woon to be able to come out on top.
Ashton Woon did set the fast time of the race on lap 10, though. That means both drivers setting their fast laps late in the session are geared and ready for that 20-lap final later this afternoon. They'll get plenty of time to cool back off, though, here with a healthy lunch break and the other 6 remaining divisions on the RMC America's Trophy ladder before they visit the circuit again. But that's your unofficial results. Brandon Eng changes the position 1 on the pylon when the checkers fly for the first time in any junior category since qualifying on Saturday morning. That's how good the 503 has been, with the 579 a little bit better here on Sunday for FZ85 Jr. Still, again, with Woon having the upper hand on speed by a couple of hundredths, and a kudos indeed to 4th place at the checkers, RJ Brown, falling back a bit on the start in the R3 Speed Fab factory kart, closing the gap back up, and a good handshake there between the top 2 combatants here in FZ85 Jr. Nice work, good racing. Wyatt Kroger close as well, faded a little towards the end of that race. I don't know if he maybe felt like his kart was fading or if he wasn't seeing it worthwhile to keep the pressure on and burning up the rubber once he lost a little bit of ground to your top 2, saving all that for tomorrow or for the main event. Because with the heat that we've got and the surface temps yesterday that climbed to 140 degrees by the time that the senior max drivers were out there for their main event, these Avinco tires will be roasting hot with 20 laps, especially with a gearbox package like the FZ85 Juniors. So Brandon Eng will weigh on through the scales, all clear there, and off he goes. Send that kart into post-session tech inspection.
Stellar drive once again here today. It just required the smart moves that we've seen all weekend long you have to make. Pick your spots for passes and then know where to block on, but fist bump time. I think Grace is standing by.
Yeah, I'm here with Brandon, and tell me about that race. I mean, what a start that was for you, right?
Yeah, I think I just got the advantage and I just tried to pull away.
And what's it going to take for you to keep the pace for the final?
I think just get a good start, stay consistent, and yeah.
Awesome, congrats.
Thank you.
Short, sweet, to the point for Brandon Eng. As mentioned, the final's what counts, and that'll be the big points payday for him. On tap next, we go from the juniors, the beginning of the shifter ladder, to the beginning of the Rotax Max Challenge America's Trophy overall ladder. Micro Max ready for their pre-final for round number 2 action when we return from Musselman Honda Circuit. And pack racing like this is probably what we're going to be seeing.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Right on to it we go for the Micromax drivers as they begin to make their way around for the first out lap here. Sunday's pre-final ready to go. It's a new day for them. It's a new day, most importantly, for your top qualifier, Trey Sanders. Heartbreaking end to the action in a one-on-one dogfight down to turn number 4 for the round 1 final. Sent it on the inside to cover off for the lead after making a slick pass to get there on Alessio Tosti, and just hit nothing but a 4-wheel slide up and over the dirt, marbles, debris offline, and he was probably 20 feet, Justin, deep into the grass and sand here at Musselman Honda Circuit by the time that he finally stopped skidding, and then he was just straight up beached and off track.
Yeah, but he's made it up with his first national pole when it comes to the Micromax. He'll start on the pole alongside Tristan Francisco, and Alessio Tosti will start in third. You'll have Bo Wyatt amongst your top 4.
Dusty Strayer's Parolin hovered the top spots all day yesterday. He starts alongside Jet Fisher's REM machine. Row 4's got Wiley Lee in the number 1, Bennick, who was missing just it looked like a touch of speed to be able to contend with your top 6 at round 1. Kipling Canals as well with an improvement moving forward. He qualifies 8th here today.
Zachary Lozier will start in 9th position with Michael Dean III down inside the top 10. For your starters today in row number 5, you also have 2 outdoor karts in the field today. That is David Theis will be starting in the 11th spot in the 14 kart, Max Santana in 12th.
Santana was a scratch from yesterday. I don't believe we'll see the number 19 Bennick today. Very fast start here coming out of turn number 12. Looking for the green on the first time by. Do we get it? I believe we did. I don't know what the start infractions may be, but we're green to 1. And around the outside, quite a few drivers able to make up some spots. Tristan Francisco most notably looking to get 3rd. Bo Wyatt trying to follow as he dukes it out with Dusty Strayer. Contact, both drivers into the tire wall. Turn 3. 4th on the racetrack to into the wall for Bo Wyatt and Dusty Strayer. Dusty's able to continue. Bo was not. Out front, Alessio Tosti already bringing the fight to the driver. He went at it for yesterday's main event to score his first career national win. Trey Sanders, they've got a gap because of all of that. Tristan Francisco even a gap behind him where the pack had to scatter amongst themselves to avoid it. Here's a look at the replay. Bo trying to clear himself. Dusty didn't want to give it up, and the tires pop each other into the air, and boom, into the wall for both. I wonder how far back that puts Dusty Strayer gap-wise to the leaders as Alessio Tosti leads your field down through turn number 1 to Trey Sanders. Francisco up to 3rd. Zachary Lozier, phenomenal start on that Premier Karting entry in 4th. And then back beyond them, bit of a battle forming in the middle. David Theis the 3rd up to 6th. Wiley Lee 7th. Kip Canals had to avoid that in total. He's 8th. There he is in the blue and black, and then working on the back end, Michael Dean on the Pantano for Forward Direction Motorsports. This is 8th on the racetrack, the battle there. Here's your leaders, Alessio and Trey coming out of turn 9. A mouthful on the opening lap, Justin.
Yeah, especially since in that circumstance, both of those drivers, Strayer and Wyatt, were some of your contenders early on in this championship. Now, you have Wyatt out of the race. That's going to be having big points ramifications. And at this point, you also have Strayer, who was 3rd in the standings after yesterday to start off the championship. Going to see a bit of a tumble. All while your top 2 looking to take advantage. Mind you, in this circumstance, Tosti was the top driver to the points off course yesterday. Francisco, who's still riding in 3rd, looking to see if he can find a way to keep up and make sure he matches toe-to-toe with his championship rival.
A little bit of a gap forming now here as Alessio Tosti pulls away by just a touch over Trey Sanders, but Trey rolled really good through turns 9 and 10 to close back up to him. Tristan Francisco, teammate to Trey Sanders, is just on the outside edge of the draft as they round turn 12 and put another lap down in the books. The number 17 digging hard to try and get there. How about it as well for Zachary Lozier? He was the driver who had a crash yesterday early. Avoiding the carnage on the opening laps, picked him up 5 positions from a 9th place starting spot, and he's hanging tough there in 4th at the moment, but the leaders are still running just a bit too fast. Alessio Tosti sets the fast time at a 56 flat. Francisco at a 2, Lozier at a 2, a 10th slower for Jet Fisher. And your update on Dusty Strayer, he did continue. Don't know what damage there may be on that Paralyn machine. He's a couple of tenths quicker than only a handful of karts in front of him, and he's 4 seconds back from the first one. Michael Dean the third, still battling it out with Kipling Knaus and David Thye the third for 7th.
Yeah, look at this push though. Once again, we're seeing a lot of coopetition, coordination between the front competitors to try and make this only a 2-kart race for the race win. Sanders knows if he pushes too hard, there's a risk that it's going to end up like yesterday. And obviously, it's pretty clear with he's approaching it. The coaches have made sure he knows big picture what he needs to do if he wants to not have a replication of what yesterday went in store, especially with Helen's Corner. Right now at this point, all you can say for the top two as they continue to think is, can they maintain the gap here? All of this as well. Francisco doesn't have a drafting partner for his sake to try and find his way up to his Ryan Perry Motorsports teammate. Right now, he's kind of just left on an island. Might get some help now with the 42 drifting up and closing on him. But will that be a quick pass? Or will they try and tandem up and close up over the course of 5 laps?
That'll be the question. We'll get our answer right here, probably down by turn 1, Justin, when the battle for P3 heads our way. And it looks like, at least for the moment, Zachary Lozier's happy to work with Tristan Francisco. See if they can't, at minimum, hold the gap here, because a 2-second gap, that can be destroyed in about a lap or so if once the leaders begin to fight. Maybe even less than that, depending how aggressive the defending and passes end up being. Obviously, Alessio Tosti and Trey Sanders worked together nicely yesterday, but there's a great look at both duos right now. And to Lozier's credit, and to Francisco's as well, Tristan by himself was only about 4 to 5 tenths off what the leaders have been hitting the last 2 laps. That's about what we think seems to be the difference of being on your own versus being in a draft or getting pushed. And Zachary set the fast time of the race, closing that gap up to Tristan Francisco. Of course, they get a little bit of a cleaner racetrack as the leaders clear a path for him every single time. So with 4 laps to go, 2.1 seconds is the marker. Unfortunately, working together still wasn't enough. Alessio and Trey Sanders down to the 55.6s. This duo, 56 flats. The only thing they might be able to do is pull further away from Jet Fisher, who's just getting a sniff of draft. Now he's probably fully out of it. And to Jet's credit, I mean, he's by himself running 55.9s. So he seems to be even a little better than these two. As we take a look down on the grid, that's the FZ125 Seniors getting set to go. Gage Korn, Theo Kakati chatting about what they've got in store. Pre-final action on tap next for them with our second group that'll be doing a standing start. They haven't seen the racetrack since warm-up, so it'll be interesting to see how different it feels for them and how blind, or how flying blind really affects the setup, because they're having to guess a whole lot more of what the conditions were. The last time they were back on the racetrack was just shy of 9 a.m. in the morning. Huge difference here in just 2 hours of letting the desert sun bake this asphalt, especially with the darker colored pavement here at Musselman Honda Circuit. Your update also, Dusty Strayer, by the way, he is catching towards the back of the pack. I think he might get to David Thye for the 9th spot here this lap or the next. There you saw him just for a split second at the top corner, closing in on that on the Ruthless Karting machine, and working about 2 seconds away from Michael Dean and Kip Knaus, who have hooked up and have pulled away from David. So that may be it for Dusty's progress. Might be able to get one more spot while your leaders head down the back straight. Coming at 2 to go this time. They've continued to build onto the margin. We mentioned it was about a couple tenths. It looks like it's going to be another couple tenths added on this lap. Here they go through the final turn. Was 2.3 seconds. What's the delta now back to Francisco? 2.4 only. And there we go. Alessio starting to defend now with 2 laps remaining. Covers the inside in turn 1. That'll slow the times down. This is why you can't give up back for 3rd.
Yeah, there is an opportunity if they fight too hard here. Watch for Sanders to try and think about a send. Here is an opportunity for Helen's Corner. Defensive for Tosti once again. Tosti trying to block it off. Sanders yet again forced to try some different angles. Try and arc it down. Yet again, just not able to cover off the inside quite yet. But we'll try a different angle this time for the Lowell's S. We'll see if that helps him. Your contact to the back bumper coming out of 10. Now hard to fence for the 36 hard inside. Coming up to the white flag this time by Sanders at this point, looking to see if there any way to peel him off the inside. White flag is out. Final time around. Sanders stays on the bumper, forced up to the high side. Tossi hugs the inner curb. Yet again, they rumble as they go to the chicane.
So far, so good for Alessio, but again, every corner that he covers low closes that gap up from 2.4 down to 1.5. And now he checks left, checks right, finds where Trey Sanders is, keeps him on the high side. Francisco defending a little bit back for third, but if they stay in line back there, they might get to these leaders by the end of the back straightaway. He's obviously covering just enough to make sure he doesn't lose that inside second row starting spot for the final, but here we go. Final time to turns 9 and 10. Tosti around the outside on the full line to carry the speed and back down the main straight, or the long back straight. Trey opens his hands, goes high, looks low, keeps him down there. Crossover coming right here in 11. Trey Sanders to the outside. Can he stick it through 12? He's still there. He'll get the job done. Trey Sanders wins the pre-final around the outside to do it. Alessio Tosti gets done through Anderson Bend. Tristan Francisco third, Zachary Lozier fourth. Dusty Strayer able to get right to the back of Michael Dean and Kipling Canals, but runs out of time to challenge for 7th and 8th. He gets around David Thye late in the going. 10 of the 11 able to finish, though. The other half of Dusty Strayer's woes. Bo Wyatt unable to continue from that first lap collision at turn 3. Trey Sanders, pole in qualifying, and a heroic pass to make the win stick here in the pre-final for Micromax. That happens sometimes, Justin, when you become too predictable. When you start defending a lap early, you're showing your cards, and the driver behind you, he's going to get another lap to think about a way to pick your pocket.
And we've seen that multiple times over the course of the weekend, Xander, in the first place, where you commit so hard to the inside, you go a little bit deeper on the brakes, thinking you're going to have someone send it behind you. Instead, they back up the corner. Watch as you miss the Anderson Apex, the first part of the run through Musselman corner, if anything, and then zip bomb by for the side-by-side coming out of 12. And if you're able to pinch like Sanders just did off the corner, you get an outside pass done, and you steal away a race win just like that.
And it works in the lower horsepower classes like Micro and Mini, especially because they don't have the power to get up and out of the corner. That's not going to be the case for these drivers here on the grid in FZ125 Sr, but they're not even thinking about battling or the racecraft science at the moment. They're thinking about how can they find a way to catch all the rage gauge corn. The Maranello driver, father and son, out of a pickup truck, putting nearly half a second on the field in qualifying, and he has been lights out in both heat races thus far. He knows, as well as his dad Henry, that it is still all to play for on the weekend. They've got 2 more sessions to stay perfect. Pre-final action, and then, of course, the 20-lap main event that he's got to keep the likes of Theo Ciccotti, who has been a lightning rod for speed and excitement with some of the moves he's pulled off to put himself on the inside of row 2 for the grid of the pre-final. Not the best qualifying for Theo. First time in a gearbox class, though, he's looking pretty strong. And Ziming Wang, speed-wise, has been the only one better than Theo, and the closest one, lap over lap, to Gage Corn. But that BBR Falcon Kart is still not quite at the level of the 434 machine that rolls from the inside of row number 1. On from there, as the engines come to life, they'll get 2 full out laps to really bring some heat into the tires and warm the motors up. Daniel Fellows yesterday puts him a little bit further back than where his speed would have placed him for today's pre-final. A spin in heat number 2 hurt the progress over the course of Saturday for the Ford Direction Motorsports Pantano. Still in a good spot, though, on row number 4. Caleb Brown here on screen all the way back to the 11 in total. That'll line the grid for the FZ125 Sr class. A number of last-second drivers joining, and joining the youth movement as well. Rookie Xander Malatesta with the Ruthless Karting Machine, one of the only OTK on the grid, I believe, in the category. A number of the factory karts, the proven chassis, the national championship chassis. However, Maranello ready with a full contingent, headed to Arizona next weekend. Gage Corn out there getting some valuable data for him and showing him that product is equally fast in red, and far from the only kart that can excel here in Arizona. They're waiting on the lights and the command from the grid. The 1 minute signal obviously given is why they've got the engines fired, and now they'll release. And you can see that clock as well. That's an important note, right? 60 seconds from the command to release the grid. If you have an issue, as long as your kart is down on the grid, you've got 60 seconds. You're up on the clock to try and get fired up. Otherwise, that grid will close and you won't be able to join out for the race session. Here's a full look at the starting lineup here for their pre-final. Korn and Wang on the front row, Kakati and Sebastian Cortez on that CRG on row number 2.
Row number 3, Mason Mitchell will start in 5th. Daniel Fellows is on the outside of said row. Then it's Xander Malatesta who will start in the 4th row. In 7th, Caleb Brown rounds out your top 8.
Larry Hernandez Jr. and Stella Spurlock will complete your top 10 starters, and all by himself on row number 6, Cole Gaddis. Had a number of charges up the board in the heat races, but he's back at the tail end of the grid here for the pre-final. We know that 411 has some speed in it. Keep your eye on Gaddis to make up some spots here, especially in the opening lap. With the way that the Delta looks. From 5th onward, it'll be tougher, but to get those first couple of spots, he might be able to do it just off a nice hole shot launch off the grid. Saw a lot of these drivers, again, take advantage at the end of the warm-up to use that major long back straight before pit lane to do a quick mock start. Try to get that feel on Sunday of where your clutch engages at. Get the best launch possible. Already in FZ85 Jr, the pole sitter's gotten pipped. Brandon Ang able to get a better launch off the start than Ashton Woon, who had controlled the field. What will be the case here for all the Rage Gauge Korn after going perfect thus far?
Remember, Zevin Wayne, though, both times yesterday in the heat races had a bogged down start, dropped as low as 4th both times. And this time, it's the matter of can you adjust? Can you time up better to get a launch on Korn so you don't have to fight so hard, just have a shot to get up to 2nd or 3rd place in the 1st place?
We'll wait on the officials to make sure they're marked in the boxes, and then at the very end, we'll get that all clear signal with the flag above the official's head that the grid is set, the engines are good, and the official at the front will then point to the start light system down on driver's left. Here we go, FZ125 shifter 11 deep for the senior pre-final. 10 laps on the board, and we're green here as they rocket down to turn number 1. And not even close. Theo Kakati gets around the entire front row with an incredible launch. New leader for the first time this weekend in the FZ125 Sr class. The man from Dubai takes Korn by surprise, and Ziming Wang now falling behind Daniel Fellows for 3rd. So back to 4th for the BBR karting entry. Cortez as well on that CRG, swallowed up by the pack. A big time shakeup and our first lead change of the weekend here in this division, Justin.
Should be surprised to see Fellows on his jump to get up to 3rd spot. He's been a top 3 speed driver throughout much of the weekend, but Wayne immediately going back to the inside, makes it stick on the inner groove as they work their way out of the Anderson Apex. Good pass done, and Wayne's already saying, let's charge. We've got to figure out a way to close, and fast, because the top 2 have already built up 5 kart lengths in 1 lap.
But I don't think Gage Korn is willing to just stay in line at this point. He might learn a little bit or take it easy on the tires as you watch Xander Malatesta try to make that move stick on Cortez. Here's your pass for the lead. Korn to the inside and through in turn 4. Kakati back to 2nd. And he goes to work now with the best vantage point right on the heels of the fastest car all weekend through the S's.
Now at this point, Kakati going to see what he can learn from Korn in particular. One of the things, remember yesterday, talked about with him is trying to learn what to do with this type of class compared to the DD2 in terms of how he's supposed to handle the track, how he's supposed to handle the lines. Also, just trying to make sure he is fast in this type of style of racing. And we know Kakati, in his other events, has that adaptability. It looks like Malatesta.
Xander Malatesta indeed, a spin down at turn 11. He'll continue a ways back from the field. But a good point again. The line, the style is certainly different in the DD2 class. It's somewhat of a hybrid from the single speed to the gearbox classes. Even this division is still a little bit different with less power than the KZ powered category that'll headline the Pro Tour next weekend. but I think the biggest adjustment for Theo will be following another driver. Going up and down 6 gears, really accordions on the entry to the corner and how you have to adjust to get the launch out, because if you have an experienced driver in front of you, they'll purposely go a little bit slower in the center of the turn to force you to hesitate to get back on power. But he got a great launch out of the last turn there and even had a look to the inside here in turn 1. But you can see the difference in lines. Gage is not all the way down to the white line every lap in turn 1, more so focused on getting that front end pointed straight as soon as possible. And even if that means not having the shortest way around the corner in that turn, but it gets him a better run on the exit into turn number 2 in that short shoot, the net gain is what we're seeing right here. Half a car length to a car length. The S's as well, opposite lines slightly. Gage is running it a little bit wider, taking advantage of that added runoff out of turn 10. And right here, they're about even. If anything, Gage is, again, pinching off the exit. That's just the difference, right, from having extra gears to keep your revs up versus needing to keep the revs up with a single gear or even 2-gear package where you're wanting to have those wider arcs and carrying the momentum. But neither one of these two are the top of the heap right now. Zimming Wang is hunting down both of them. Granted, Gage Corn's been a little bit narrow in a couple of corners on entry to keep that thought out of his mind that the opportunity's there to pounce again for the lead, but vastly different story from Saturday, and I'm sure that's to be expected because you got 2 days of on-track activity with longer sessions than your practices, and you're forced to be around drivers at similar or slightly better speeds. So you can go back to the tent, go look at the data, look at the footage. If you're running the onboard camera, a lot of drivers equally will try to use the broadcast footage even to study. And we're seeing that pay off right now, it appears, for the majority of the field. The gap in pace to Gage Corn is nowhere near that half-second delta that we saw on day 1.
Yeah, actually yesterday during one of the breaks, had one driver say, I want to see the footage of said broadcast because I want to learn what the others are doing that I can't physically see on the racetrack. And that's stuff that as you go about, you have to figure out as a competitor to say, what is my top opponent
What's
doing?
your best tool as well, right? Is it going to be looking at your onboard footage? Is it going to be comparing data if you've got teammates to look at? Or again, looking from the third person point of view here, all of our fantastic camera ops out in the heat, showing all the different battles and karts around the circuit. And now as they begin to spread out, I'll eat my words a little bit. Gage Corn starting to open up the throttle and open up the margin up front. Here's a battle all the way back for the 6th spot. Mentioned Cole Gaddis on the charge. Oh no! Cole Gaddis up and over the left side tires of Sebastian Cortez. He was timing up a move there. Cortez seems to be relatively unfazed, and somehow the two of them had enough of a gap that they have not lost any positions on the pylon. Gaddis, I believe, is still ahead of Larry Hernandez Jr., and I have to think that it was a mix of that group there with Hernandez Jr., Brown, and Spurlock. Here's a look at the replay. Just not enough space there as he kind of washed out in the brake zone. Check it out again here. Looking to go low. And the front of the car made it by, but the rear did not really. Off by about probably 10 inches.
Yep, and instead, up and over like you would see in a video game. Very lucky to still keep the car going straight. Only lost the 1 position really from that.
And it was the one he was fighting for. He's still technically 7th. Question is, did that airtime and then landing impact damage-wise? Did that bend the axle? Because that kind of slam could easily cause a rough ride here. You would see it, though, visually as we follow Daniel Fellows and Mason Mitchell for 4th through turns 9 and 10. You would definitely see Cole Gaddis having a bumpy ride through the middle of the corners with a bent-up axle. But it doesn't seem to be all that bad if it did do anything to it. Obviously, the shifter axles are built to be a little bit stiffer to handle the gearbox and the heavier motor. It seems to be running all right. Lap time-wise, obviously that was going to impede him for a second. This lap will give us an idea of where he's at. Still a bit off on pace from the lap before. A wounded machine, it appears, for the 424 as Mason Mitchell continues to try and eke down the gap to Daniel Fellows. He picked off 2/10 last time by. And mind you, again, Fellows picked up a couple spots really all off the start. Since then, he's been kind of riding here in this 4th position. Not quite the speed of Zimming Wang or Theo Kakati, much less your leader, Gage Corn. But he's going to have pressure looming here as we approach the white flag in the fight for P4.
And right now at this point, as the last lap starts off, see the temperatures, that track temperature similar to that of yesterday, already 125 degrees Fahrenheit. It is toasty out there. A little bit more humid on the bright side, I guess you could say.
I don't know if that's a bright side. I think that hurts.
I'm trying to be positive.
Well, at least we're not in the 90s yet. 87 degrees air temp as the battle continues here for 4th. Daniel Fellows now going full defense mode. Try and hang on to that outside 2nd row spot as Gage Corn takes us over to turns 9 and 10 for the final time.
Dominant effort, dominant speed. Corn yet again, long run speed kicking up. He's been near untouchable this entire weekend already.
He'll head to the Anderson Bend for the final time. It's going to be a clean sweep, but it won't be perfect on the lap charts. Another win for Gage Corn at FZ125 Sr. And to the line, it'll be a small drag race, but Daniel Fellows will hold on the spot there for 4th. Sebastian Cortez makes his way to turn 1 in 6th, and Cole Gaddis up still, a net gain of 4. Could have been a whole lot worse, and there's the battle at the very end. Xander Malatesta able to get up to the end after a spin, but just comes up shy, 1 lap away from being able to bring the fight to Stella Spurlock. That'll hurt his total point score to line up for the main event grid a bit. Cole Gaddis on the other end going forward. Brown, Hernandez Jr., Spurlock again complete your top 10. But Gage Corn remains the standard. The gap, the advantage he's got over the field, it is coming down. And with another break for everyone to go to work and try to find some more speed before they take to the racetrack for the 20-lap final, they'll have one more shot to see if they can close the margin. But all the rage, Gage is living up to the nickname here on Sunday. A nice battle with Theo Kakati. The margin ends just shy of a second, and Zimming Wang just another second and some change off the top 2. If he can sort out the starts, that main event could be really interesting with 3 drivers all appearing to have close enough speed to really give us a good battle and some fireworks in the first FZ Senior National Main in 2026. Because again, 2 heat races were all she wrote for them yesterday. This pre-final gridded off the results of those, and then all will combine to line them for their first long session on the weekend. That'll be the unknown, right? Anyone that's got any teammates or friends to give them any extra information of what it was like in the Rotax Max classes might help. Well, for Zimming Wang, 3rd here in the pre-final. Grace?
Yeah, Zimming, we haven't been able to catch up with you yet this weekend, so how's it been going for you?
I mean, it's a new engine, so we had a good learning curve. Billy has been a lot of help with that, but just glad to be out here practicing, racing against these guys as well. So it's a great opportunity, and we're just trying to learn as much as we can.
And what do you think you need to get to the front later today?
I'm working on a little bit of driving myself, and we're just trying to understand the package a bit more, some of the engine as well as the chassis, as it's quite different from Vancouver, where I'm from, a little bit colder. So we're getting used to the hot temperatures.
Well, good luck later today.
Thank you so much.
There you have it indeed, Zimming Wang looking for a little more, as is Kakati, but they are making inroads for sure. 3 classes now have grids to be calculated for the main event. We now go to some of the biggest grids on tap here from Musselman Honda Circuit. The Mini-Max drivers are ready to bring the battling here, 20 plus in total when we return.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at shopekr.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Kart's back on the racetrack as it's time for the Mini Maxes to zoom their way around Tucson. Back with you here on Kart Chaser. I'm Justin Prince, Center Columbus alongside as we get all set to go. Hudson Howard yesterday got both the pre-final and the final. That set him up with 300 total points coming into today. He's got all the momentum, it seems, him and his team coming into today. Also, Westbrook was second in the points after yesterday, starting down as low as 7th. We'll find out how things go here today as we look at your lineups, Ender.
Indeed, a Jay Howard Driver Development / MPG Motorsports lockout of row number 1 in Mini-Max. Aiden Go, top qualifier yesterday, 3rd on the board here today alongside Samuel Chavery. Lucas Tarango and Mason Brody back on row 3. Dutch Westbrook and Forrest Blair on row 4.
Row 5, Connor Lipka will start alongside Colton Bruck in those spots. Then you turn the page forward, that's where you'll find over Lane Lloyd, Steele Jackson. They'll be on the next tab once that scrolls forward. You also have Mateo Pai and Chase Ruttering. Maverick Martin, who had a mechanical black flag yesterday, looking to try and avoid those issues as well. You have Jamelski, and several others looking to really charge from the back here today as we're all set for some Mini-Max racing.
No Max Santana on the list for this one either. Brody McDonald will make it 22 total. Actually, no, we do have Santana, so it will be Santana in the Mini-Max if all is correct per timing and scoring. Let's take a look at them ready to go into the start box. Mini-Max action, 10 laps for the pre-final, and we're green to 1. And so far, so good for the boys up front. Go able to slip by into second. Let's see if everybody survives the chicane on the first lap. We do. And just like that, Yusuf Adi on the inside. Aiden Go trying the high side on Howard. It doesn't stick in 4 and off the racetrack. Go two of them. Dutch Westbrook spun around in front of the field. And they are scattering as they all manage to miss him. And back goes the 133 Pennick.
It's turned into what was a rough start to the day with this Hunt throttle earlier today, qualifying to a spin already in the pre-final. Westbrook forced to go on recovery mode the rest of the day. Aiden Go, meanwhile, already looking to set some stuff up here, racing some of the signals, looking to try and charge. Lap 1 complete, and Go really looking to make up for yesterday.
Aiden Go hot on the heels of Hudson Howard as they roll through turn number 1. Let's see where he wants to try and make a play for the lead, or if he's content to ride here. Lucas Tarango with a good start up to 4th. Mason Brody slotting into 5th. Big mover further back. Max Santana, the biggest benefactor of the opening lap skirmish, while one Bennett goes to the rear as the track is dusty. There is Santana in the mix of it all. Look at everybody sideways through the infield section, through the carousel. But Max has clawed his way up from the tail end to 12th. Great start for the 119 as Howard takes us back onto the backstretch again here on lap number 2. Aiden Go, Yusuf Adi, Tarango, Brody. Nobody stepping out of line. No, Brody will. Mason Brody for 4th. He's got it in 11.
A lot of back and forth so far at this point, and it's going to allow everyone else right back into the conversation. Brody set the fastest lap of the group last time through, but we know Brody's got podium speed at the very minimum this weekend already with the start of it with RPM. We talked about they felt very comfortable with their baseline. The baseline setups in all their classes so far have looked pretty solid, but you also throw in the mix though, Jay Howard Driver Development machines have looked very dialed in. Once you give them track position and speed, they're able to break away if you allow them, and Go is willing to go along for the ride as the middle car in that choo-choo train, at least to the front 3 connected cars.
Big battle pack just outside the top 10 there that also showed it, but it is really starting to get interesting up front. Any moment now, someone's going to bail out. Here's Chavery with a send to the inside on Tarango. The top 4 now tightening. Mason Brody has caught to the back end of Yusuf Adi. Aiden Go lost a little bit of time to Hudson Howard, and he's going to pay for it in one spot, 2 spots back. He goes to 4th.
And nicely done to make the move there, Go. Going to have to find a way to get that back. Tarango also making up some ground in the background also. Give him a shout out, one of the local drivers when it comes to the West Coast racing action. He's Omunsto's getting into a scrap though in that battle for fifth on back though. They're still getting busy trying to get around the parallel. Tarango gets himself boxed in yet again. Stays with the bumper in the ruthless karting machine. All while the J. Howard driver development machines able to work together now. This is their goal, to try and break away, and Brody now seems comfortable to allow them to try and pull him with us. They continue to trade cards for fourth.
Oh, one off into the scale line. Who did we just lose there out of the top 10? That is Go. Aiden Go with a problem, and the Paralyn once again is plagued here at the RMC America's Trophy. Meanwhile, the battling continues. Chavarri versus Blair. They have lost touch with your top three, but a heartbreaker for Aiden Go. We'll see if we can find out what happened to the Paralyn driver as he exits stage left.
That is Gremlin's back-to-back days, Xander.
Mason Brody back and forth here with Yusuf Adi. Side by side, going through the carousel. Brody takes back second. Took him a couple corners to complete it. Yusuf didn't make it easy, and now they've got a gap to make up to the race leaders. Oh, it's a flat right front. Aiden Go, you can see him push on the tire. Flat right front tire. Heartbreaking early end for Aiden Go as Adi continues to make life difficult here for Mason Brody to get to the lead. Hudson Howard now at a half-second delta back to those two. And Yusuf is going to cover off for second in turn one. This is going to be an uphill fight here for Mason Brody as he feverishly signals to focus forward. Meanwhile, look at this. Just all the way to the end of the top 10 almost. Connor Lipka back there in the 8th spot, and along with him, Oliver Langlois, who's up 2 spots. It's a big gap back to Max Santana in 10th, up 13. This group here back to Langlois and the Accelerate Racing team based out of Canada. All the way up to Samuel Chavarri and the PSL Karting Bureau Art.
Now, right now, this choo-choo train has gotten pretty intense. Watch for some potential sends into one again. This time through, Brock remains confident, remains patient as they work their way down the front straight and once again out of the Anderson Apex. Looks like at this point, Chavarri able to build a buffer, but the sends are even deeper. Brock pushes Chavarri on around, and Brock slides his way on through to take over fourth, taking Blair with him, taking away the inside groove.
So now, Yusuf Adi closing back up to Howard. We'll keep the focus here until that gap closes in. Mason Brody's having to use him and push him up as Tarango tries on Lipka. Doesn't work, and now he falls back to the clutches of Langlois. And it allows Colton Bruck in the 120, who is now up 5 spots total, make it 6. Well, it might go back down to 5. Forrest Blair with a huge runner and a head of steam down into 11. Colton will minimize the damage there, hanging tough on the outside of Chavarri. Great midfield action, but again, midfield indeed. They're now 3 seconds away from the leaders as Blair heads down to 1. Send to the inside by Chavarri. These three just cannot sort themselves out, or at least are unwilling to at the moment. And look as well, the pack all the way at the back here. Way back, lots of battles back and forth across the circuit, and one of them got turned around. It's the 149 Theo Jackson. That was in the mid-teens. He was 14th, spun in turn 1. Elbows out here as well in the middle of the top 10.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit feisty. Remember, Brock, one of the drivers based out of Tampa, Florida, that ran pretty well in some of the races recently down in Florida, both on the regional side and, of course, at the national level. But right now is having to fight hard in the background. The leaders, by the way, coming to 2 to go. They've been having a nice old time, top 3, maintaining position, knowing they've got great spots for the final and some good points in line if they remain working together here.
Yeah, worst case scenario here for Mason Brody is that gap continues to increase back to 4th. He's outnumbered 2 to 1. He's already seen Yusuf Adi make his life difficult just to try to get to 2nd and keep that spot. Hudson Howard leading the way. Oh, a little mistake there out of Hudson. That's going to back up Yusuf a little closer to Mason, and as long as Mason Brody doesn't put a wheel wrong, he'll be able to try something. It's just got to be, again, an uphill fight. Will not be easy. That's been shown multiple sessions already. Here we go down the backstretch. White flag coming this time by. Hudson Howard yet to defend. Audi still keeping the faith and pushing him along. Beyond them, Looks like Forrest Blair's gotten some clean racetrack to pull away a little bit from Samuel Chavarry. Colton Brook as well, trying to get away from the pack. Chavarry's got a gap back for 5th. Here go the leaders, defending low into 1. Brody got a nice exit. He's trying to clear himself before the chicane. I don't think he can do it. Audie's even got a run almost at Hudson. He'll just hold on to 2nd for now. Brody's still there. Lurkin, Lumen, Audie all the way on the bottom side into 4. He goes to the lead. Mason Brody crosses up Hudson Howard now, but they're all in the dirt. Into 5, sideways. And Yusuf's gonna get the gap by about a car length into the S's.
One of the drivers who got squeezed out yesterday, not wanting to see himself squeezed out today. Howard slides up a little bit wider for 9 and 10. Here comes the defense though. Audie to the middle of the racetrack.
Yusuf Audie covering, now opening up nicely to get the run. It'll be a fight for 2nd between Howard and Brody. Howard jumps the curb. Brody's got to run to the line. Audie wins the pre-final. Brody just comes up shy on Nip and Howard. Blair and Chavarry, and then the pack's beyond, still fighting it out. Colton Brook hangs on for 6th over Lipka and Tarango. And look at this huge gaggle of them down the front straightaway. It's Cristiano Del Grosso for Pfaff Kart Sport that wins out in a near 10-car fight. And you can see there at the very end of it, Dutch Westbrook recovering, gets back to 20th and arrives on the scene right as the party shuts down for that midfield scrum in the teens. P20 for him, but how about Max Santana? Up from 23rd on the grid to 10th at the drop of the checkers. Great charge forward for Max. And Yusuf Audie flips the script here, gets his JHD MPG Motorsports entry to the top of the leaderboard with the pre-final win in Minimax on Sunday.
And it should be a surprise to see Audie speed. Remember, in the Winter Series, when it comes to road tax competition with the World Trophy, was one of the top drivers there, 2nd in the point standings there. And now looks to get himself on the board as a contender for this championship conversation. Looks like he'll get pumped up for sure. Be able to start off today on the right foot and have a Team 1-2 to control that front row for this final of 18 laps for this class later. Let's send it down.
Yeah, I'm here with Yusuf. Tell me about that race. I mean, that final lap.
Me and Hudson were just trying to break away from Mason because he was right on us, and he left a little gap, and I had to send it.
And are you going to be feeling any pressure starting first in the final later today, or is this just another race for you?
It's just another race for me.
Awesome mindset. Good luck.
Thank you.
Not concerned about the pressure, it looks like, at all there, Xander, to say the very least. Focused on the task at hand. Win the race. But still have plenty of racing to go.
The biggest class ready for us next. Junior Max has a lot to live up to. Turn 4 continuing to give us some major moments here from Tucson.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently. with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Junior Max drivers have been released as the pre-finals keep on rolling through. 32 drivers in total. Biggest grid on tap for the RMC Americas Trophy for their first taste of racing action here today. Well, first for some, Brandon Eng and Ashton Woon hot off a great fight in the FZ85 Juniors Pre-Final where Brandon was able to get the better of him. Has them both with a little bit of extra intel on what the track might be like here for Junior Max. Ashton Woon was quickest in qualifying alongside Colton Schneegenberg. Yesterday's hard charger, Travis Pettit, on the inside of Tristan Murphy in row 2.
Leo Da Silva will start in 5th position, one of the team's top drivers in the Canadian side. Sonota will start in 6th position. Row 4, that's where you find Serengeti will start in 7th, with Paxton Romero in the top 8. Haven't mentioned his name much yet this weekend.
Marco Salmon and Alex Chandler complete your top 10. Then it's John McClellan and Brandon Eng on row 6. Nathan Golseth and Josh Wheeler, row 7.
Row 8, that's where you find William Vitor and Enzo G. Gennaro alongside Darren Kidd to get the best qualified run down in row 9. Isaac Payne alongside him. Kroger alongside Bassinet, a bunch your top 20. Rest of the drivers roll through as the field is getting ready in the Anderson Complex.
Long road ahead for these drivers, starting back in the end of the top 30 and the final 2 starters as well. Final 1, James Cushman in the 216, all in his lonesome in 31st. Here we go, looking for the green flag in Junior Max for the pre-final. We've got it to turn 1. Whoa, big contact, Marco Salmon, way off, all the way down the embankment in turn number 1, and the rough start continues 2 days in a row for the BJRLN car driver. The pre-final has not been kind to him. Woon and Pettit away early. Contact as well. Colton Schneegenberg off. Heavily bent rear axle. Nathan Golseth collected also. There was aftermath beyond Samet in turn 1. We'll definitely give you everything that we were able to capture from that because that just changes the complexion of your top 10 entirely. Look at the huge gap now from 4th on back. Woon, Pettit, and a great start for Da Silva up to 3rd on the REM machine. Beyond him, that's Christian Sanguinetti with a great start on the Premier Karting Tony Kart.
Sanguinetti with a stellar charge to begin, but at this point, it's almost like a yard sale with 1, 2, and 3 in terms of the corner chaos. All of this is wow. Woon has a great chance to capitalize. Watch this off the start on the Shop AKR replay. Initially, it looks pretty clean, but remember, Schneegenberg wants those drivers right here.
So there goes Samet off the road. That took with him one more down at turn number 1. And a good look there at Marco Samet with the side-by-side of what happened to him. And we'll see if we were able to capture anything as well of what happened in the second incident, almost completely unrelated. And it must have come in the chicane. Turns 2 and 3 that have been a problem spot all weekend for starts with the bigger grids. Down at turn number 1, here we go. Once again, yellow flags waving. Someone else is off down here at the first corner. No passing allowed down at turn number 1. Trying to figure out who it is that's off. Maybe it's further along. No, it seems to be all clear.
Yeah, I think everything else stabilized for the most part, but you have drivers like Schneegenberg, Samet, Goldseth that have fallen down the order. Mastinardi is the last one running on power, did not fall down the plummet of the order. But at this point, Da Silva really capitalizing on all this. To be inside the top 3 was a very quiet name yesterday. In particular, Da Silva ended up finishing off 11th in both the pre-final and the final. One of the top contenders in some of the action for the Rotax races in Canada, under attack by one of your fast chargers at Pettit for second again.
Now your updates on what that's done to the rest of the pack here as they roll down to turn 1. Here's Da Silva with a move on Pettit. That's for P2. It's certainly promoted a number of drivers 5th onward. John McClellan for CB Motorsports up 6 spots. Brandon Eng up 6. Josh Wheeler up 7. William Vitor up 7. Really exploded 6th on back to 11th or so. And equally from way back, Grayson Walcott, the biggest improvement of anyone. He's up 11 spots on that RPG Cosmic into the top 15 now and 14th on the 244.
Yeah, that's really just because of all the chaos that where you can pick up all those spots. But at this point, Woon, if you break down the speed so far, getting faster and faster. He's picked up near 2 seconds once the tires got up. Then picked up an extra 10th once he was able to get into a full rhythm. Just picked up another 10th to grow the gap. He's becoming hard to keep up with, especially with second. Not willing to work together per se, especially with De Silva really wanting to keep the REM domination going that we've seen, especially in some of their classes this weekend.
Alex Chandler setting fast time. He's all the way down in the 9th spot, working towards the back of Vitor. We saw how quick Chandler and Nico Orbezo were yesterday, only for one of the pair to have a mechanical failure down at turn number 10, right where we're about to approach the Viborni complex that sidelined him in the main. But all Ashton Woon at the moment, he continues to lead this 4-pack up front with pressure, but no attempts yet for the lead. You can see there McClellan's by his lonesome in the CB Motorsports EOS kart back in the 5th spot, and then beyond him a couple of factory karts that have found each other in Brandon Ang and Josh Wheeler, sorry. 5 down, 5 to go.
Yeah, right now it's all about the cat and mouse game of when you want to try and charge ahead. Remember, with the grip levels around here, you have to make sure you hold on to the groove. It looks like yellow flags because a cart stopped at the side of the road.
Oh,
the RPGs.
Who is that? That is, I thought it was Walcott for a moment. It's not. It's the 216 of James Cushman. Started tail end of the pack. Something off here. I don't know if he tagged the wall or what. He had tracked his way up to the 26th spot from 31st. Obviously his pre-final ends now. Here's the battle for the lead kicking off. De Silva with a nice move to the inside of Woon. First time the 218 has taken command here in Tucson. And that's good news for John McClellan. He's already picked off a 10th from that single movement in the main quartet. And now they're tightening up here for the lead. And we could see more drivers join them because of it. Brandon Ang now resetting fast time. De Silva slips up in 3. Woon back to the point. Pettit trying to follow as they're all out of shape in the brake zone. And De Silva drops a tire off the edge. Sanguinetti wants by him. 2 together. The factory kart 212 machine. And one of the FAF Kart Sport entries. That is Grant and Bazinet, I believe. Gage Grant and Antoine Bazinet. An 18th and 20th last time by. Middle of the pack colliding. Entering the chicane.
Oh, look at this defense, though. Sanguinetti nearly sent it up the inside. Quick swerve back. Holds back the charge initially, though, as Woon still now your race leader with less than 3 laps to go. Silva had good success over the course of the Winter Trophy, looking to try and play some defense and hold on to good track position, make up for a lot of lost time as a result of his very slow start to the championship yesterday.
Working over into turn number 4, and Ashton Woon once again back in command is stringing the pack back out. Leo De Silva's gonna not have as many laps to wind up a run like he did earlier. And more importantly, he's got another driver in between himself and the leader, and that is Travis Pettit. The Hurricane finds himself in the next best spot to challenge. And it's at a peak point of the race, it seems like, for the RPG Cosmic. He is tuned up now at the moment. Mano-a-mano pace, they're even. Let's see what this lap looks like for Travis. He's got a huge run down to turn 1. Looks like he's almost teeing it up, and there he goes. New leader, Travis Pettit through the spoon. Ashton Woon down to second. De Silva, even with a big run, coming out of the corner, pulls alongside.
Yeah, yet again, trying to take another peak. Why not? Remember, picked up 1 win in the Winter Trophy. That was the opening round of the campaign. Why not find a way forward? It looks like he dropped the tire, though. Pettit now had to play defense up front with Woon as they continue to scrap it out now with the race lead. Coming up to the white flag this time by. There's another chance of a send. There could be a chance for De Silva and Sanguinetti to join back in. Everybody else has already joined back in. Why not make it an extra couple karts in the party?
Yeah, John McClellan is certainly there. Brandon Ang is essentially there as well. Then it's going to be Josh Wheeler. Alex Chandler's been digging all race long to get to the leaders. He can almost see him there. He's at the back of the pack in 8th there in the white front bumper. Iron Rock Tony kart. 2 by 2 down to 1. Sanguinetti on the inside, but he's not clear. De Silva has the preferred line into the chicane. He's getting shoved through by McClellan. John with a quick crossover to get fourth. He's got position, now backs out of it into turn 4. Down the inside for Sanguinetti to cover. That bottles them all up. It's going to be Woon versus Pettit for the win. Beyond them, that's the 287. Joshua Wheeler on the OTK closing in. But Travis Pettit, final time to 9 and 10. He's got a car length to boot, back to Woon.
Trying to find a way to get there right now. Woon looking for a potential lunge. Not close enough to do it.
Almost got there. Pettit covers low. Woon trying to tee up for a crossover and a run to the line. Don't think he'll be enough. Travis Pettit wins the pre-final in Junior Max. Ashton Woon second. De Silva, Sanguinetti, McClellan your top 5. Valiant effort for Alex Chandler and Brandon Ang. Ang setting fast time earlier in the session. Both of them pick up a couple. 8 spots up for Joshua Wheeler. Biggest mover in your top 10, tied with Isaac Payne on the Holtz driver development. Tony Kart up 8 spots from 18th to get onto the full-time pylon. Wyatt Kroger, 11th, also up 8 positions. A huge mix-up of your field in Junior Max from qualifying and a number of retirees as well. Here's your final running order as they cross the line. Pettit to Woon, De Silva, Sanguinetti, and McClellan. And as we take a look back through the rest of the field, you'll see some of the bigger names. Yutaka Sonoda back there in 16th. Nico Orbezo, 15th. Enzo Di Janeiro, Paxton Romero outside the top 10 as well. And then here we start to see the DNFs. Nathan Golseth, 29. Colton Schniegenberg out on the opening lap, and Marco Samet out as well. 29th, 30th, and 31st. Opposite end of the spectrum from yesterday's fastest driver who ended up on the podium, and today he ends up with the pole for the final. Travis Pettit standing by. Grace?
Travis, tell me about that race. You were hopping around from 3rd to 1st. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to stay patient because I knew something was going to happen. There was a bunch of yellow flags, so I just wanted to be patient and wait until the last few laps.
And you were our biggest mover in this class yesterday. How does it feel to be starting first in the final?
Oh, man, it feels amazing. I mean, yesterday, like I said, in the pre-final, I got knocked off the 32nd, so standing on top for the final just feels pretty good.
Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Travis Pettit, very happy there, Xander, but it looks like this is going to be a bit of cleanup, to say the very least, for competitors. That was similar to yesterday's junior pre-final in terms of some of the battling and pushing off and battling overall.
Certainly to be expected with that many drivers all hungry to get themselves, as Travis mentioned, starting on top for the main event. A heartbreaker for Marco Samet. He'll have to ride the recovery vehicle back on in. Masters Max when we return, and they've got a lot to live up to. What a fight here in Junior once again from Arizona.
Come on, man.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data. Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rotax Max Challenge America's Trophy. 2 more pre-finals for a short break in the action, and then 7 action-packed main events to close out our opening weekend of this championship and the opening of 2 consecutive weekends here from Musselman Honda Circuit in the desert. Masters Max on track for their pre-final. Billy Cleveland has been the class of the field. Jose De La Garza, Chapman Ducat had a collision in qualifying, but not before, setting times that would put them second and third just ahead of Ken Simonellic. It was an awkward moment for sure, and something that caught us by surprise. A pass attempt by Jose down at turn 9. He obviously put his hand up right after and apologized, but the damage was done. Impact with the outside retaining wall right there, and both drivers unable to finish the session. The penalty was applied for the impact as well, Justin.
Yes, indeed. The best lap time was deleted from De La Garza's totals. That didn't really matter for the overall standings, but there was a penalty issued as they looked to try and make sure everyone's in sync for the start and knows where the tram lines are this time.
So here we go. Let's try it again for Masters Max pre-final activities. Second day to try and knock Billy Cleveland off the top step. 10 laps on tap as they get to the start boxes, and here we go, underway for the Masters Max pre-final at turn number 1. Chapman Ducat able to get the better of Jose De La Garza on the run down to the first corner, and that will put him back up to second, and De La Garza back down the board to third. Oh, and again, just like yesterday, Justin, deja vu for Ken Simonellic. He had a big sideways moment in the chicane at day number 1 in the final. After that sideways moment, he then ended up tracking lap times that would have put him right neck and neck with Ducat and De La Garza, but out of turn 4 here on the opening lap, had a little slider there as they continue to try to close the gap here to Billy Cleveland.
Almost wonder if it's just the cold tires in terms of the pressures, just need the pressures to go up enough to be able to get comfortable. We're seeing that right now, looking to stay within the traveling distance. Cleveland, as this all went by the way, half a second quicker to start already. You're 7/10 up from the rest of the field. A second on back, tries to get a little bit crafty. We know how they've been able to close up with qualifying, but Ducat right now looking stable in terms of keeping his buffer up on the racetrack by a couple kart lengths.
So as they roll through the S's, Billy Cleveland, Chapman Ducat, Jose De La Garza, Ken Simonellic, second, third, and fourth, still close together already. Billy is pulling away That opening lap alone was a half second. This one might be another 5/10 added on, which is initially, based on qualifying, it looked like things were going to tighten up a little. Only a couple tenths up on him, and then he really unloaded in the final 2 laps of the session. Already up to 1.3 seconds as he continues to just pick him up and put him down lap-wise. Here's Chapman, Ducot, under pressure from Jose, who's closed back up to him, coming out of turn 3. Didn't quite get a good exit out of the chicane, but these two around each other again. Obviously, turn 9 probably won't be the spot that Jose tries to make an attempt if he's close enough to it. But Chapman got a really good launch there out of the carousel, so put him back up a couple car lengths ahead, and even with a little bit of a slide, penalty. Jose De La Garza, 2 wheels outside of the tram line. Coming to green. Chapman got caught out by that yesterday. And now today it bites the RPG Cosmic as Chapman got a little bit sideways in 11 and 12. Penalty looming for Jose De La Garza, so now even more pressure to try and get ahead of Chapman Ducot and try to outrun the penalty he's got looming into turn 2. Here he goes, looking for it, and he'll take that one easily into the chicane. Change for second.
Yeah, give a lot of space for the chicane this time. No contact this time through, but Simonelli really showing improvement here. Last time through was half a second quicker than the others in this battle pack. Right now, looks to be steadying himself down. Simonelli all over the back end of Ducot as Ducot tries to park it going through 9 and 10. Lots of time being lost right now as De La Garza really tries to run away for the penalty.
A little bit of a slide there for Chapman in 11 again. That was the 4-wheel slide that hurt him last lap as he kind of shrugs down the front stretch, hand in the air. Struggling here as the heat continues to grip up this racetrack, and it ends up with what you kind of have known in racing as a push loose effect, or understeer to the point that you end up in a 4-wheel skid because you have too much grip. This is day number 4 of laying a Vinco rubber down on this surface. And there's a look at the current conditions as well. 125 degrees for the track temp. It stayed there and it's probably starting to peak even a little higher. We've already jumped up now 4 degrees on the air temp as well, from 87 degrees Fahrenheit to 91. Humidity dropped.
Yeah, it went down 1, but remember, the thing is, the more higher the humidity in this case, the more that can impact the track temperature, because that could actually cause it a little bit to go upward sometimes.
Good point. Will we see temps that exceed the high that we saw yesterday at 140? We're supposed to be towards the latter half of this heat wave rolling through. It'll only be in the low 90s apparently next week. Yesterday we just barely got to 100 degrees air temp in the heat of the day, right around 3 p.m. or so here Mountain Time in Arizona. And I think today we'll end up just shy of that. It'll still feel mighty hot as we close out the afternoon of action from Musselman Honda Circuit. But 5 laps complete, 5 to go. It'll be 4 remaining this time in the pre-final. We've kept our focus pretty much fully here on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as Billy Cleveland just continues to run away with it. The gap now opening almost a full second a lap. He's down to the low 52s. Beyond him, they're at the 52.9s there for De La Garza, and 53 flat and a 1 for Ducot and Ken Simonelli on the CB Motorsports Comp Card. There's a look here on your screen. Billy Cleveland on the top, and the top step, or the top position on the pylon equally. The Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic driver 5 seconds out here from the rest of the Masters Max division for the RMC America's Trophy.
A long-time racing veteran we talked about yesterday, won in just about everything he can so far, has Super Nats wins to his name, has some wins when it comes to road tax competition in recent years. You have a lot of expertise, and in the Winter Series, got at least one final victory when it came to the run there with the Winter Trophy. Looks like the rest of the drivers for our final grouping are getting all set up meanwhile as they try and get their grid slots prepared for the Senior Max coming up.
Yeah, good point about Billy Cleveland, that to add another year onto the lengthy resume of representing Team USA, you can see he's using the Team USA suit from previous year when he represented us in DD2 Masters Max, because there's no Masters Max single speed option at the Rotax Grand Finals, but there is one in the DD2, the two-speed division. So any Masters Max tickets that, or championships that award tickets to the Portimao this year will send drivers to the two-speed category. Billy's raced that a number of times. And with the performance that he's been putting together here in the America's Trophy, championship prizes, forget about those, the championship altogether, he might be able to get to a clinch spot by the time we get to Saturday at Cincinnati. And it's equally tough for the drivers involved, is that even if Billy has a mechanical issue, as long as he gets out there and makes the start of a session, he would be at worst a fourth. So you can only gain so much when someone starts this hot in a class where the numbers aren't as high. Equally though, it's good news for them if the numbers do improve for Cincinnati. As we see Cincinnati native James Overbeck lining up. He starts on the inside of the top 10, as does Macy Williams, who we saw moments ago, gearing up for her run in the pre-final, hoping for something better. And as we go down to turn 11, the white flag will wave this time by Billy Cleveland. Gap up to over 6 seconds. Back to Jose De La Garza, who has pulled a couple of tenths back on Chapman Ducat. In fact, almost a full second now. He's really gotten away from him this past lap. That's a 7/10 improvement for Jose to Ducat, and then Ken Simonelik.
Yeah, but the problem is De La Garza might not be able to outrun that tramline penalty with that gap. That's going to be a factor for Ducat and possibly Simonelik. They might both still jump them because that interval is still under about a couple seconds.
Yeah, so the tramline violation would then place Jose De La Garza back down the board to fourth. He'll start on the outside of the second row instead of getting to go on the outside of the front row, which will make trying to bring the fight to Cleveland that much harder. Bottom of the screen there is the looming fight for third. Top of the screen, your leader coming out of the final turn and down the front straightaway. Billy Cleveland headed for home here in the Masters Max pre-final, and beyond him, the battle for second continues all the way to the end. Jose De La Garza second, Chapman Ducat third, Ken Simonelik fourth. And put it in the books, Masters Max all wrapped up besides their main event from Musselman Honda Circuit. Billy Cleveland, 7 seconds. He was able to pull it out over just 10 laps. Let's see if he can't reset Max Challenge America's Trophy. Oliver Hodgson in the hunt to become the RMC America's Trophy inaugural champion's got an uphill fight now with the DQ from yesterday, but the speed's certainly there. The factory Kart has a good spot to fight from here in the pre-final today. We've seen him drive from much further back to the lead. In fact, he's only got one row, and he's just got one driver in front of him, the one who was second best on Saturday. Paulie Massimino was aiming for the win yesterday, came up a couple tenths shy. As we get set to bring you the action, 20-plus senior Max drivers are ready to go here in the heat of the desert for round 2 of the RMC America's Trophy. We'll be right back.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
For the final time today, for the pre-finals at least, we're getting ready to go racing because America's Trophy is looking to see scores, points, and senior max. Ready to go in just a few moments. Justin Prince alongside Xander Clements as we get set to go. Aiden Ingrata has been the one to beat. That's the understatement of the weekend. He's been a tenth quicker in the qualifying sessions, in the practice sessions. He's been tough to pass in the races, and he looks to set the tone here in this pre-final.
Yeah, he has been unbeatable, and he still was a 10th up on the field overall in qualifying. He was flawless for 20 consecutive laps in yesterday's main event. He'll have to be today. They had a whole night to go to work and try to close that margin. Obviously, it still exists in single lap qualifying. What does it look like over the race? Ingrata and Massimino, Alexis Bayerjan on the inside of row 2 alongside Oliver Hodgson.
Then you have Macy Williams down in row 3 as Mount what is going to start in the 6th position. James Overbeck, yesterday involved in some of the dramas of positions yesterday, will start 7th alongside Cooper Auclair, who looks to try and keep it on the track for the pre-final.
Lucas Hernandez and William Botillier will make up row number 5. Row 6, Sean Butcher, deep in the pack for the Brit on the inside of Bailey Murphy. Then it's Josh Sumvalis and John Lucas Avalio.
Then you have Liam Constantine alongside Theo Severa. Then Xander Malatesta will start in 17th. Griffin Dowler, we heard from him yesterday. He'll start 18th in the Rootless Karting Kart.
Deep run for Ironman back on the outside of row 9. Chris Harrower and Jose Alejandro Halfin back on row number 10. Row 11, Michael Nickel and Camp Chambers, and starting tail end Charlie. Jacob Kappel with a major moment in qualifying, and they had some damage repairs to do to that Forward Direction Motorsports Pantano. For Senior Max, we've got 23 of them lined hot and ready here for the pre-final 10 laps. Let's do it. Aiden Ingrata, Paulie Massimino, bring your field down to turn 1. Saw one driver try the outside lane, didn't quite pan out there. He lost a spot or 2. Can everybody make it through the chicane on this first lap? Here we go into turn 4. Bayerjan up to 2nd. Williams, Auclair, Overbeck, and onward. They're 2 and 3 abreast in the run to 5. Oh!
Yeah, Helen's corner having a little bit of chaos. At least 2 cars stuck together. Once again,
Jacob Kappel and the Pantano and the 323. That is Michael Nickel. Both drivers that was started on the back row and were probably trying to get a bit aggressive, bit over the limit apparently, to make up some spots. Here's Isaac Malkin, little sizzle on the move here on lap 1, moving to 4th.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, we called the opportunities with him over in Florida with Malkin, but he's going to be very difficult to stop today, especially if you give him the track position. Yesterday, had elbows out left and right.
Look at the battle for the lead. Bayerjan already had a look at Ingrata coming out of turn 1. The Canadian bringing the fight to his fellow countryman right now. The rookie hot on the heels of the 315 as Hodgson goes back in on Malcutt for 4th. Battles all around. Williams able to slip by. And oh, Sean Butcher getting fed a wheel and a half coming out of turn number 4. That was off the side of the 345 machine of Lucas Hernandez, who already got in the irons of James Overbeck as those two went at it multiple times over in the main, and Sean Butcher, no love found for the 357 in the midfield.
They'll make their way on through. Once again, the Anderson Apex working their way pretty close because Bayerjan trying to keep himself close. Massimino waiting to see if there's any chance to get a pass built up. If they build up, everybody else single file, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the norm. Yet again, they're crossing up for the race lead in the chicane.
This is great news for Massimino and company, Hodgson as well, because the leaders are offline, and now Bayerjan has got a nose down low, but he backs out of it, and Ingrata covers into 4. He's going to slide wide. Massimino gives a little extra elbow grease. 2 by 2 for the lead. Paulie on the high side, going to get up to 2nd, and just barely slips ahead of Bayerjan. Hodgson able to follow suit. Macy Williams still trapped back there in 5th. But Paulie now gets to go to work on Ingrata, who's still going to be vulnerable, going offline that frequently in the first half of this lap. Can he pounce here on it as they go down into 11? Bayerjan covering the inside into the corner to prevent any further bleeding. And onto the front straight. We've got a fight on our hands here in Senior Max. It does not stop at the front, but it is certainly happening up here. Hodgson, Bayerjan, Williams, James Overbeck on the way forward with Cooper Auclair riding all along with him.
Remember, Massimino was able to equalize to Ingrata yesterday, not able to build it up for a run to make a pass. Can Massimino make himself forward? Williams She'll make her way forward at the very least to jump up to the 4th spot. Builds a little buffer for the top 3 as they continue to get feisty. Overbeck seems to be picking up the lines also on his charge back there. Race leaders making their way to the back straightaway though. Ingrata starting to stretch it out. Good corner exit for the backstretch.
You got to be frustrating if you're Paulie Massimino, because you were probably hoping that Ingrata and Bayerjon, that the loser of the fight would have been Ingrata, but now he's in the exact same spot he was 24 hours ago. Less than that, truthfully. Following in the tire tracks of the 315, and at the point in the race where the tires are starting to peak, here comes Butcher back again on Lucas Hernandez down in turn number 10, and Isaac Malcutt looking for the lead looking for the lead of that trio. Here's Ingrata out at turn number 4. Massimino still close, half a car length back through turn number 5. John Lucas Avalio has gotten clear and away from these 3 behind. He's closing in a little bit towards the leaders as he sets the fastest time of the session. Massimino struggling in the wake there of Ingrata. You saw him 4-wheel slide up the runoff area out of turn number 9. Not ideal for the 308 as Hodgson still stays about a couple car lengths back. And then for Sean Butcher, Lucas Hernandez, and Isaac Malcutt, without any fighting up front, they're just going to be stuck there, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Here's a little bit of fighting, though. Fastest car on the track from Saturday's final. Macy Williams up to 3rd.
Yeah, and she's got the fast lap also, 50.7 last time by. Seems to be picking her spots pretty well to make some of these moves. But right now the problem's going to be, will there be enough time to get a chance at Ingrata? Williams might be one of the few that could get up to the 7s at the very least, it seems, over the course of a charge like this. Right now everybody else marches their way on through at the Lowell's S. Yet again, the dirty air having to come into a factor a little bit here on some of these attempts. Ingrata with the clean air just capitalizing up front, point away in sector 2 to 3.
Yeah, he is hooked up, but I think Macy might be good enough to run down Paulie and have a lap or 2 to show her strength. She's got a ton of power. That was a phenomenal run onto the main straight compared to Hodgson and Bayerjon as Cooper O'Clair gets by James Overbeck. Change for 6th, and Ingrata still leads us through the chicane. 50.689. Now again, now Macy's got the toe again and a clear racetrack to try and run up to Paulie. So we'll get a better read of if she's got something that could contend with Ingrata. Savalio still on the move, trying to get to the back of the top 7. And beyond him, keeping an eye on 9th, 10th, 11th, Butcher, Malcutt, Hernandez. They're not right now fast enough to really get to the leaders, but they could get there if they could get a sniff of the toe, as Bayerjon is all over Oliver Hodgson, who seems to be starting to struggle here in the latter laps of this pre-final. 3 to go.
And right now, everybody else just thinking, what can they do to make adjustments for the final possibly, but also what can they do to get themselves into a good position, because the inside line we know is the better way to start in a lot of these races this weekend. Right now, at this case, if you do the math, Bayerjon is in a good spot for his position. But Hodgson needs to get up to Williams to take a preferred inside groove. Dillier, by the way, is still fast in the heart of the field, down to 13th position, just at the fastest lap.
It was a terrible start for William Botillier. He's still down at a net loss of 3 spots, even now setting the fastest time of the race and trying to charge up the pack. But they've all strung out, gotten single file, and there's not a whole lot of chaos going on for him to take advantage of. The best he might be able to get to is the back of Josh Sumvalis, and I think that'll be all she wrote for the 303. 12th with a net loss of 1. Meanwhile, 2 laps to go. Ingrata's lead up to half a second, and Massimino holding station pretty nicely with a couple tenths buffer back to Macy Williams in 3rd. And Hodgson has been withstanding the pressure very well from Alexis Bayerjon, equally for 4th. Nothing has happened there. The next driver probably in peril would be Overbeck, as we see John Lucas Avalio continuing to shrink the margin up to P7. It's now only 4 tenths away for that battle that is looming as they rocket down the backstretch. You can really group Savalio in with the front 7, and Sean Butcher finally beginning to break free from Isaac Malcutt and Lucas Hernandez. He's put a half second on them. He is still 3.5 away from the lead, and Savalio there checked over his shoulder. He makes his first mistake in a while, dropping the tire off the edge of the racetrack. Luckily, only a lap remains as Ingrata takes us to the chicane for the final time.
Yeah, and Grata yet again has been perfect over the course of this run. Taking a look at the laps that he's done, he's consistently stayed over the past 5 laps within about 50.6, 50.7 on the pace. It's going to be difficult to beat somebody that's just able to consistently hit mark after mark without much of a tire fall off, if not getting faster like he has been over the course of the end of this run.
Final run down the backstretch. Ingrata, a comfortable lead. It's not as big as it was in yesterday's pre-final, but it's certainly a statement that has continued to progress through the weekend. Ingrata wins the pre-final. Massimino, Williams, Hodgson, and Bayerjan by a couple of inches hangs on over hard-charging Cooper Auclair, who gets to run all the laps in today's pre-final. Not the case yesterday for Coop. P6 for the 3-2-1. Overbeck, Savalio, Sean Butcher in a dogfight early, only able to make up 2, but the speed looked okay for the RPG driver in 9th. Malquit in 10th. William Botillier indeed did get up to 12th. He was able to get past Josh Tsoumalis on the final lap. Still owns the fast lap honors from the session, but he and Lucas Hernandez a long ways away from their teammate Aiden Ingrata with the win. And the only DNF, Michael Nickel in the 3-2-3. But Aiden Ingrata, a perfect point score in Tucson, in the same vein as Billy Cleveland could end up with going to rounds 3 and 4 at Cincinnati. A clinchable scenario before the final round even gets underway. He may not even have to win on the opening day in Ohio to do it with this kind of performance thus far. Another point score added in the pre-final and Poland qualifying. Paulie Massimino, it was not much that he could probably do differently with the way that race played out off the start to bring the fight. And for Macy Williams, speed and a smile on her face. I'm sure that was a session that she hoped would have looked like what she had yesterday. It's a great start for her. Grace.
Yeah, I'm here with Macy, and you know, after yesterday, what didn't really go, I'm guessing, the way that you wanted to, but talk to me about how today's been going so far.
Today was good. We have a fair bit of speed. Just looking to keep it up front this time. Yesterday, pre-final went not the way I'd hoped, and then had to kind of make a comeback in the finals. So looking to keep it up here and see what we can't do in the final.
And of course, what do you need to make it up to the top step at the end of the final today?
As long as I get a good start and just play it smart, I think that'll be the key to winning the race. I think we have enough outright speed on our own to play this thing right.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Indeed, outright speed, the CB Motorsports driver certainly has. P3 and fighting for the fast lap honor in the early stages of that pre-final. Puts her on the inside of row 2. As you mentioned, Justin, it might be the primo spot to kick off the main here in the Senior Max division.
Yeah, opportunity, if she plays her cards right, to clear by Massimino and then set things up in second for the lead. But so far, what you can say at the very least is a lot of these drivers are really setting themselves pretty up well for the later in the day races.
Let's take a look back here at your Coastal Link custom printing race recap. Aiden Ingrata leading your field down to turn number 1 with a nice start here over Paulie Massimino and Alexis Bayerjan, who slipped by into second. Here's another look at that contact early between Michael Nickel and Jacob Kappel that sidelined those two from the back. Sean Butcher and getting into it with Lucas Hernandez, then Alexis Bayerjan after bringing the fight early to Ingrata. Just fell back, but it still ends with Ingrata on top here in Tucson.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup?
or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt. Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers I'm 8.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCare.com. At ShopPayCare.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCare.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do your pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
just about set for racing action here this afternoon in Tucson. But for anyone at the facility, please take the time to rise if you're able and remove your caps for today's playing of the national anthem. Thank you. And with that being said, today's road tax action, the quest for the America's Trophy, is just a few moments away from getting underway with the finals. 7 finals are on tap this afternoon, starting off with FZ85 Juniors. Remember, all day long they've worked hard from the heats all the way through to the pre-final up to this final to set up where they'll start on the grid. And now they look to try and win the first ever final in the history. FZ85 Jr. So far, Ashton Woon and Brennan Ing have led the way over the course of the day, but drivers like Wyatt Kroger look to step it up. RJ Brown, Dante Rodriguez also a part of that mix. Matty Dragon be a part of this field also. Here's a look at your conditions for those tuning in here this afternoon. The temperature continuing to increase to 93 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a little lower than yesterday's 100, but the track temp has stayed at approximately 125 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds continue to pop up and gust hard, especially facing towards the pit lane area as we progress through the afternoon. Again, I'm Justin Prince, Anna Clements alongside as we get set to go. These drivers getting ready for their warm-up laps to make sure their Vincos get themselves warmed up and ready to go today. The question will be, which teams will come away with the first major point in the history of this part of the championship? And which drivers will be looking to go to the workshop to prepare from a few months' time when we go over towards Cincy? Just about all set to see where things sort out for our drivers today as they complete the warm-up lap and get themselves prepared for your standing start. Remember, Ashton Woon throughout the day has been in control in this class at least, but remember had his challenges when it comes to trying to have a perfect weekend. That weekend was disrupted in terms of sweeping all of the classes from victories. Instead, he'll still try and hope for the FZ85 Jr victory for the final alongside Brennan Ing. Wyatt Kroger, remember, he's been good in terms of his speed in the mid-run in particular. Got a good launch in race 1 of the day in the pre-final. We'll start alongside RJ Brown. Dante Rodriguez starts alongside Matty Dragon. That's a look at your order top to bottom for your 3 rows of cards. And as this field gets set to go, remember, when it comes to this package, a lot of work was put in to make sure its debut went off right. Billy Musgrave has been along the side, cheering on the drivers, but also helping the drivers as these teams learn for this national program debut here today. Looks like the drivers are just about ready, waiting for the last of the commands as they roll a couple of the drivers forward in their stalls. But everybody else is in position. We have a stall out again from 4th spot. Looks like Brown waving things off on the outside.
They're going to try and do what they can to get RJ back fired up. If they can't here in a moment, they'll be forced to send the field around, and R.J. Brown will have to move back one row to the tail. Looks like thumbs up, all good. To the lights we go. FZ85 Jr, 20 laps. The first main event of the RMC America's Trophy for them is green, and a good getaway for the front row, but an even better one for the rows behind in comparison as Brown stalls it off the line. Rodriguez to third. And what a start for Brandon Ang. Able to get the better of Ashton Woon both times today thus far. And he was able to, of course, get the pre-final win to boot with it. Great battle between the pair of them. Uphill fight, unfortunately, now for R.J. Brown, as Wyatt Kroger lost out a little bit on the start, trying to get off the line nicely in comparison to Dante Rodriguez.
Remember, there is one note when it comes to Brennan Ing. His jump was too good in the pre-final. He had a 3-second jump start penalty that gave the provisional win to Ashton Woon in the end. That's why Woon got the top points to start up at the front for this final today.
Indeed, we're not the only ones with cameras watching all the activity on the racetrack. The race control system here is going to go all the way down to the millisecond to make sure that nobody gets an advantage on these standing starts. So obviously it didn't hurt him too bad with how big of a gap they had pulled over the field, and it hasn't hurt him here. Assuming that start is good, he is your provisional race leader, although under pressure as Ashton Woon goes to work here on the inside of turn 4 and completes the pass. Behind him as well, they're duking it out for third. Wyatt Kroger, Dante Rodriguez, and Matty Dragon all going after it in that 3-pack beyond your top 2. And unfortunately for R.J. Brown, after the initial stall, it looked like he was back going, and then it stalled again on him. They're getting off the line. He is 17 seconds away from the lead, and more importantly, about 15 and a half away from the next car on the racetrack, Matty Dragon in 5th. A heartbreaker start for that young man in the 577 who was starting to make some serious inroads speed-wise in that pre-final today, Justin.
Yeah, in particular, had been good enough in some of the heat races yesterday to compete for the podium. But today, going to be now on the back foot for the point standings, for the massive points you could score over the course of this final. But everybody else now trying to see how things go with the race lead. Wounds trying to stretch it out. Make sure he runs a little bit lower into the grooves, in particular for the G-curve carousel on the way up through Lowell's S. And try and make sure to grow this gap, similar to that what we've seen yesterday in one of the other heat races. The second heat race is the key to watch out for, where the gap really spread apart between Woon and Ing in that respective race yesterday when the temperatures were similar to this.
So now as they rocket out of the final turn, look at this, Rodriguez versus Dragon back for 4th. They're still as close as could be. Dante back to the inside. Big slider there in turn number 1, and he kind of got all out of shape on the gearbox as well. You saw Matty Dragon frustrated a bit with it, kind of tapped his helmet and then threw a hand up like a shrug of what are we doing here, because it is a long race. There's a lot of laps ahead and there's no one behind him, but there's plenty of karts in front of him. I get it from Dante's side. You had a good start. You don't want to give up that advantage that you had just gotten, but now unfortunately it's given a nice cushion for Wyatt Kroger up the road in 3rd, quite a bit to be exact. And Wyatt, to his credit, is not having that gap totally unearned either. He is staying relatively close here to the top 2, definitely shouting distance to Woon and Ang. But after the pre-final, where Brandon Ang was able to bring the fight to Ashton Woon, I feel like that might have been a wake-up call for the youngster in the 503. He just went purple right there. He's starting to pull a bit of a gap already as we work lap number 5. It's a long race. You're trying to find the best balance and compromise of speed over the course of the 20 laps, because you know how hot it is outside. You know how the surface temp is well into the triple digits, that you're not going to be at peak performance for all 20 laps. And if anything, you're going to be just hoping to be at 95% ability or 90%. But where do you want that to really kick in? If you're starting further back, maybe you go a bit aggressive, go a bit higher on air pressure, just try to maximize the opening few laps, get as many spots as you can when everyone else is playing the more long game approach.
There is the counterpoint to that, though. Eventually, if you go with that plan, you fall back down to earth, though, Xander. There is a risk where you end up losing the spots you pick up on the short run, on the long run, one by one, and you end up cooking your tires potentially, trying to battle and force the spots to not bleed out in that direction. So it's kind of a balance of Do you want to be fast in the short run? Do you want to be fast in the long run? Do you want to be the driver who's kind of in the middle, try and balance out both runs? It really depends on the field size, and better yet, how you are starting and where you are positioned on the track.
Yeah, where you're starting is going to be the biggest factor in that, right? The guys further back might try to take advantage of the opening few laps when the field's packed up. The guys starting at the front might be trying to go a little bit longer and knowing that they have the advantage of a higher starting spot to just try and maximize the end of the race and hang on the best that you can in those opening few laps. That being said, in a class like this, you're only going to go up or down so many spots, right? 6 drivers on the grid. Brandon Ang, if you're hanging on and you're hoping that you've got speed to come in at some point, it needs to probably start hitting soon. Last time by, another half-tenth went the way of Ashton Woon, and death by 1,000 cuts is probably the way to describe it, of how this gap from first to second is starting to open up, and even more so, the gap back to third, because Wyatt Kroger was faster than both of your leaders last time by. He was only 100th off of Woon's best time. I mean, they're all really close, less than a 10th lap by lap between the pair, so you're going down to the hundreds. But where I'm going with it for Brandon Ang is there's no other drivers around besides Wyatt Kroger here, even in frame, that could fight with Ashton, keep him close enough to you if you went a little more aggressive, a little bit lower on air pressure, playing to go to the end of the race. And if you ask any driver, the answer is almost always the same, that they'd prefer to be attacking at the end. They'd prefer to be at their strongest at the end of the race, give up the start, versus be the driver that has to hang on to a lead and conserve or just manage when you've got faster drivers pressuring from behind. 8/10 now, officially the margin. Last time, another 400ths. That's how close again they are, how almost good enough Brandon Ang's machine is compared to Ashton Woon. Just a touch off of where he would like to be, or where he needs to be, truthfully, to have a race like he did this morning. But this is looking almost like a mirror image of yesterday, Justin. In the first heat race, Brandon was able to bring the fight to Ashton. Wyatt Kroger looked good equally after having a stall out. And then in heat number 2, much like the session we're seeing right now, the 3 of them spread apart. Wyatt Kroger, now fastest on the racetrack officially, a 51.70. Woon a 7.2. That's not enough for a gap of 1.6 seconds to come down, but it's certainly impressive to look back at what the times looked like in the Delta on Friday and even Saturday in qualifying. It was Brandon Ang and Ashton Woon clear of Wyatt and company by a couple of tenths, and now he is right there on pace with the top 2.
Yeah, that's kind of not a surprise to me, because he was on pace with the top 2, if not top 3, in that first heat race. The tough part's going to be getting it closed up to pressurize the Canadian here. Just try and find a way to keep on speeding up. The problem is he just lost 7/10, so threw away all the personal best that he just had of 2/10 to immediately lose back an additional 6-7 up to end the race lead at this point of Woon. So it's kind of the balancing point.
Well, you'll see that in shifter, right? You'll see all of a sudden a lap just really goes to the wayside. When you're having to pull the gear lever 50 to 60 times a lap, there's a lot more room for error and variability. It's much easier to just hit your marks lap after lap, brake at the same point, turn at the same point, throttle up at the same point. And not that it's easy to do, but it's certainly easier than when adding in all of the gear shifts. I mean, again, you spend basically half the lap driving one-handed.
Exactly, and over the course of this too, keep in mind, it's the matter of can you at least get a benchmark on that. One mistake could push you down. For example, he just bounced right back up to about his average within a tenth of it, back around that 51.7, 51.8 range that he's been running here. So there is an average base mark. It's just, if you make a mistake, it's going to cost you a fair bit.
I will say, Ashton Woon, it wasn't just outright speed early. Here at the halfway mark, he is hitting his peak, hitting his prime. Obviously, the last lap, he reset the fast time. 51.678 for him. Did a 51.690 last time by, just 100th off. Extremely consistent, but more importantly, still finding speed or matching his best speed. Meanwhile, further back for 4th, Dante Rodriguez and Matty Dragon have been glued together while we've been keeping an eye on the top 3. Those two are having a good little scuffle right now as they work their way down the backstretch towards Musselman Corner. So your top 3 well and away as Woon resets fast time. Here's a look back at Matty and Dante. and while it was 17 seconds earlier between them and RJ Brown, RJ has lopped that down to 10 seconds. So he is closing in tremendously on 4th and 5th. Unfortunately, again, that's off the podium. That's beyond the top 3. Any penalties, of course, that would change things. Would need to be basically a DQ at this point with the deltas, but still, that would be a heck of a bittersweet end, at least the sweet end of what would otherwise be a pretty much bitter day here for RJ Brown, as you see him just entering turn 4, compared here to these two, getting back up to a couple of cars on the racetrack and being able to take that momentum, hopefully, onwards to the next round of the RMC Americas Trophy if we get to see him there at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati on the first weekend of June. And based on what we can estimate here, assuming not the pace holds for RJ and the battling doesn't really open up too much up front, it would be just enough or just shy. Let's see what this lap looks like for him. It was a 52 flat for RJ last time, 51.9 for him. So he lopped off a good bit. That was almost a second clear. It was 0.8 better than Dante Rodriguez, 0.6 better than Matty Dragon. Sadly, that's still not quite enough with only 8 laps remaining here in this main. Again, that would put him right on the heels of him in the final few laps. If you get a mistake, though, again, that 7/10 blow to Wyatt Kroger is still very much in play for 4th and 5th place here in Dragon and Rodriguez. That one bobble, one lap that they fall off the consistent pace they're putting together right now. And RJ, on the flip side, can't afford a single one. He might just be able to get there before the checkered flag flies.
Yeah, and he's got an opportunity at least work in clean air, try and put together some hot laps here to really try and recover as fast as he can here. Just going to be the matter of making sure he doesn't overburn up his tires here as he settles on into a pace that's still quicker than 4th and 5th position. Still needs to close up near 7 seconds. By the way, see Dragon Rodriguez fighting. Rodriguez, one of the drivers that we have seen pick up experience in other series with this style of chassis. The FZ85 popped up, for example, won a championship there over the course of his runs there in California. So there's some of these drivers that have the various experience in the package and others that have learned as this weekend's going on with some of their first experiences with said packages here in Tucson.
So there you had it. There's the look at the 2 different parts of the racetrack. RJ Brown way back in 6th. Battle for 4th here has kind of quieted down. On the flip side, check out Wyatt Kroger on the pylon. He has started to close in a bit on Brandon Ang, and not even a bit. Last time by, he lopped off 3/10. Might have a fight inbound for 2nd as well. There he is in the all-black helmet, Brandon Ang in the gold and black. And as they roll through the S's, they're just a bit of a ways off of the back of Ashton Woon. What a late race charge for Wyatt Kroger, going back on that one bobble lap. Since then, he has been the fastest car on the racetrack, or at least neck and neck with Woon. 2 laps ago, he was a full 10th better than the race leader. Last lap, a 10th slower. It'll be tougher, obviously, as he gets closer to Brandon, and will have to adjust his line a little bit to follow someone and be close enough to make a pass. With 5 to go, the podium spots seemingly locked in terms of who will be on it, undetermined in terms of what order they'll be in, because there's a lot of time still left with a gap this small.
Yeah, right now you can see just a little bit more deeper into the corner for Kroger, trying to send it through Helen's corner. Just a matter of, can you find little itty bits of differences? Slid the tires that time coming out through the G-curve carousel, though. Lost a lot of ground because of that onto the curbing. And now we'll have to regather all of that momentum he had picked up the past few laps again.
So here we go down the back straight. Brandon Ang looks over his shoulder. Wyatt Kroger still right there, 4/10 back. You saw Brandon have the wheel start to counter steer a little bit right as he rolled to the middle of turn 11, and it started to get a bit out of shape for him. We're at the hottest part, or the hottest part of the day, really, within an hour of it. And of course, the tires are roasting at this point. 16 laps on them. They might have been able to go to a new set of tires for this main if they had saved it up. All classes getting 2 sets to burn over the course of the weekend. But even still, a new set of tires, you break them in, and we saw in qualifying, the peak lap was like lap 3. Now, granted, they're aiming for it, so the air pressures are going to reflect that and magnify it, but you're not expecting to see purple lap times right now. That's why it makes it so impressive that Ashton Woon was able to rip a 51.73 last time, his best being a 63. And to Kroger there, going back about having to adjust the line, obviously he's lost a little bit of touch. They both obviously have lost touch to the leader, though. lights out here in the main event for Ashton Woon. I mentioned I thought it was a bit of a wake-up call. I think he was on cruise control with how good things were rolling at the end of the day yesterday. Not that he wasn't out there trying his hardest or hunting for more speed, but with Brandon Ang bringing the fight to him and able to get the win away and knock him off what would have been tracking for a clean sweep of the weekend, they certainly, I would think, took a magnifying glass to that go-kart, to his driving, to everything that they could to go, all right, now we've got some competition. Now let's see if we can't find any bit more. And they certainly have. Over the course of the run, they have been unbeatable. And now Brandon Ang, with his first bobble in the carousel, brings Kroger really close.
It's a little bit of the apex off coming through 9 and 10. Here comes the run. Kroger looking to the inside. Is he close enough to lunge? He's going to poke at least. Not close enough to fully get there. Broke a little bit even on speed down the middle of the straight. And with 2 laps to go, he's going to need to pressurize an air bobble just like that. The gap is only 1 kart length between the two of them.
But Brandon knows he's there now. That's all that Wyatt needed to be. He needed to be close enough for Brandon to start feeling the pressure, make a mistake, or start to defend for position a bit early and cover off the inside, start to dirty the tires and maybe show his hand a little bit to see if Wyatt could find a way past. Into turn 5, there won't be a move made here, but there might be one down the backstretch as Wyatt tuned it up last time. He needs another good run on the S's. He's lost a little ground here. Needs a really good launch out of turn 9. I don't know if he'll get it. Brandon got a bit out of shape, so maybe down the backstretch. He's close again. Maybe closer than last lap. Not quite with the confidence. To the line. Woon is going to get the white flag. Great fight for second. RJ Brown also has reeled in Dante Rodriguez. 20 seconds back for fifth, sorry. And here in the fight for P2, the fight continues down to turn number 1. Couple of battles around the racetrack as the leader heads for home through turn 4. This duo fighting for vice honors out of 3.
And trying to open up the corner, gets a bit of contact to Helen's corner. Holding on is Kroger behind. Kroger looks to reset as they march their way through the G-curve carousel. Neither driver is sliding up to the curves this time. Perfect run heading up to the S's.
That right there might have done it. Wyatt needs another good launch out of here. Check out bottom of the screen as well. Battle for P5. RJ Brown bringing the fight. Here's your race leader through 11. The battle for second rages on. Woon will end up with the checkers. A dominant win in FZ Jr. And beyond him, the fight for second continues. The fight for fourth continues to the line. Brandon Ang hangs on over Wyatt Kroger. And RJ Brown gets it done. Back for fifth. There's Matty Dragon on by. He'll end up fourth. They're going to drag race to the checkers. It looks like down the backstretch, Dante trying one last heave. RJ Brown, 17 seconds back, and he tracks it all the way back to the top 5 on the final lap. Gets the pass done. Kudos to Ashton Woon, our first FZ85 Jr main event winner. And an awesome job by our production team and camera crew and the officials around the racetrack, equally keeping eyes on battles that were on opposite ends. But how about it for Ashton Woon? Great work. Good boost of confidence going into that Junior Max main event later today. That one will be a dogfight for sure, 30 plus on the grid. But one main event down just like that of our 7 on tap here for the afternoon. 6 remain here for the RMC America's Trophy. And our first Sunday main event winner is crowned Ashton Woon. 1 session shy of a perfect score, but it doesn't matter. It'll be a healthy championship points lead going into rounds 3 and 4 in Cincinnati, and a whole lot of momentum to go along with it after a performance like that. 5+ seconds, flag to flag. Ashton Woon, your winner in FZ Jr.
Ashton, what a race that was. I mean, you've had an absolute of a sweep of a weekend. How does it feel?
It feels really good. My first race in shifter. Just want to thank everybody who supports me, and I'm very happy.
And are you feeling a little bit of pressure coming into the Junior Max later today to continue the streak?
A little bit. There's definitely some different people up there in the field today, but I just got to put my head down and really focus.
Well, good luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Ashton Woon getting the job done here in this one. Able to come out on top in FZ85 Jr.
So with that, one main event in the books from Musselman Honda Circuit. The heat of the desert still has 6 more main events headed your way, folks. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of opening weekend for the RMC Americas Trophy. The Micromax drivers are ready for action when we return, and hopefully more battles like this await us on the other side of the break.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night. Come on, man. Do you have anything I can drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative. Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6? Yeah, it's good. B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Karts are already on the racetrack for our second final of the afternoon. It's time for the Micromaxes, the youngsters, looking to duke it on out today. Try and build upon what's been a successful weekend for some. So far, Tosti has been the speedster when it comes to on property, but Trey Sanders is challenging that throne after what happened in the pre-final. We'll see how they shape up at the front as these drivers look to warm their tires and we get ready to look at how things sort out today. Here's a look at your top driver. Sanders, Tosti, Francisco are your top 3 on the racetrack. Then it's Zachary Lozier in the Premier Karting Machine, followed by Jet Fisher. Then Wiley Lee will start alongside of the top 6. Kipling Canals will start in 7th, with Dusty Strayer down in 8th. David Theis alongside Michael Dean III in the top 10 of note. Dean III picked up a false start penalty of 3 seconds during the pre-final earlier. But Wyatt did pick up the incident responsibility for contact that sent his race to a tumble. He finished in 11th. He'll start 11th regardless. But the field is just about set to go. Micromax taking it very fast. They'll have to rush to line up the lines. Bit of offset coming up to the tram lines. A couple drivers poking out as they battle on the front straightaway.
Big run down to turn 1, 2x2 for third onward. Nearly 3 wide. Kip Canals in the middle now on the outside of Dusty Strayer. There was a problem there in the pre-final, but they've all made it through the chicane nicely on this first lap. Big run from Zachary Lozier. Oh no! One around. David Thye, the third, spun in turn 3. And a big dust cloud as 2 packs have instantly formed. A 4-car party up front. Trey Sanders, Tristan Francisco, Alessio Tosti, and Zachary Lozier, your 4, getting away early here with the lead. Working down the back straightaway. It'll be 1 down, 17 to go. 18 laps, the shortened distance for the Micro and the Minimax classes. And Trey Sanders trying to make up for the woes of Saturday. Leads lap number 1, but under heavy pressure. Let's see if it's under fire as well. Down to the inside goes Alessio. The 36 machine wants second. He can't quite get it done, and he tucks back in.
Again, looking to keep up the momentum after getting the national win last time out yesterday. And on top of things, coming up momentum with his runs in Florida a few weeks ago in the regional scene. He's already up to second with a move on Francisco. Now looks to try and march his way up to the race lead. The MPG looking to dig to pull up to the RPM machines that have been really solid over the course of this weekend in terms of consistency. But that MPG, even with the slipping and sliding up through 8, 9, and 10, provides pressure to the 3.
So there you go down the backstretch. Alessio Tosti wasted no time. He wants to lead this final. He's going to bring the cavalry with him. Back to 4th goes Trey. And the number 36 machine takes command on lap number 2. Working lap 3 now down to turn 1. Let's see if Tristan Francisco has any thoughts about it. No, he's been perfectly fine to follow Alessio around. The Canadian in the middle of a Stars and Bars sandwich here between the likes of Tosti on the lead of the pack and Trey Sanders back and forth. Zachary Lozier now wanting second, looking to the inside, and all of this continues to allow the pack to connect back together. Dusty Strayer and Bo Wyatt especially on the charge right now. They both picked up 3/10 on your top 4. Mark them inside the window of the draft, and not far away is going to be Jet Fisher and Kipling Knaus there in 7th and 8th as they get back onto the backstretch and up to full speed again. Tosti with the biggest lead so far, but partly due to Lozier's move to take over second. Oh, and that was a big curb impact there for Alessio, sending it hard into 11, and probably had more bite on the front tires than he expected. 3 down.
Yeah, but still holding on to a decent gap despite that. A little bit of squabbling at the back of the group with Wyatt. Keep in mind, Wyatt going to be pushing hard to recover all those positions after the heavy impact of the wall earlier today. Wyatt is a contender we've seen in multiple different national series over the course of the past year or so. Now waits in the wings inside the top 5 now for the 51 as the rest of the leaders march their way up to the G-curve carousel. That gap is gone with the help of the draft. As we've talked about all weekend, this package, when it comes to micros and minis, you can really close up the distance within a few tenths over the course of just a lap.
Now down the long straight we go. Oh, contact between Bo Wyatt and Trey Sanders. Got a little bit too close for comfort there on the run to 11. And it ends up no harm, no foul there down the front stretch. Little gap that's formed beyond that, all good. Into turn 1, they're going to fight again. Trey on the inside. Bo doesn't want to give it up. He has to now. Dusty Strayer still back there in 6th, but Bo Wyatt owning the fast lap time of the session, trying to maximize it there on the number 51 Bennett. His first opponent so far has made things pretty difficult to break through into the top 4.
All right, one tire scuff on the side of Sanders' machine. Will there be another one trying to get the scrap down with him and Wyatt at this point? By the way, shout out to Knaus. He currently is in the next pack, by the way, trying to close up the Fisher. But all this as well, Wyatt looking to coil up the run. Good exit out of the Vibron complex. Will anyone go for the send this time up to the Musselman corner? Answer is no. Everyone stays lockstep. You know partly why? The leaders, the top 2 at least, are running away as Francisco looks to try and get some help to maintain draft. It's not looking easy though. It was a 2/10 advantage for the leaders. Sanders got the fastest lap while trying to push Sanders, mind you, and the RPM machines.
Yeah, Trey Sanders certainly has a rocket ship, right? He qualified on the pole. He knows he's fast. Bo Wyatt obviously still feels like he deserves to have the spot, and the argument continues. This time Bo gets the better of him, and it continues to open up the gap out front. We're 3 wide. Bo Wyatt well off into the marbles and into the cut through and stuck in the grass. Oh no, Bo Wyatt and up at the lead. Look at this, or no, sorry, for 4th. Trey Sanders and Dusty Strayer, they were not done with each other even after seeing Bo Wyatt end up out in the weeds.
Your contact, to say the very least, and we already talked about once before, that's a bold place to send it. Now, that's completely splintered up that main pack. It's going to be a problem for Tristan Francisco. Here's a look.
Oh, 3 carts trying to fit in that lane and a half of clear track, and Bo Wyatt ends up as the odd man out in the marbles. And just a passenger. Nothing he could do as soon as he got out. Oh no, we got another problem. Zachary Lozier, out of the top 2 spots, is gone. The premier karting entry, running 2nd, has a failure here coming out of turn number 5. And we're hearing it was a mechanical woe for Zachary Lozier. It has left Alessio Tosti with the lead all by his lonesome. That would have normally been good. It worked for him in yesterday's pre-final, but Trey Sanders still has a rocket ship that's rolling. And he's got help with Dusty Strayer, who's shown a ton of speed already, tracking down the leaders. Those two hooked up will very quickly eat up the gap to second in Lozier and eat up the gap to the lead in Alessio.
Yet this is getting to where the question will now be, is Francisco's single kart speed good enough to close up to Tosti to have a chance up for the point here? It's just barely within drafting distance, but he might need the help again of Sanders, might need Strayer, might need both of them to really stay in sync because of how much that draft distance can be a few tenths per lap. This might be a boondoggle for those second on back if they really can maximize the draft together and have a chance to close up this lead.
One man's trash, another man's treasure. One man's heartbreak, or one young man's heartbreak now, is another young man's huge breakthrough. Look at how much already Trey Sanders and Dusty Strayer have reeled in and cut the gap down to Tristan Francisco. They are there, and again, Tristan last time by was only 9 tenths off the back of Alessio Tosti. Now, they've got to sort it out. If Trey feels like he has momentum, Tristan will need to give way. If Tristan thinks he can lead him up and Trey trusts him, which it looks like he does, the RPM teammates stay in line, and right now, it is a very achievable goal here with still a lap away from even the halfway mark to get back to the lead. But Trey now wants to go. He will in turn 4. That'll hurt just a touch, but they've got plenty of time to burn, plenty of laps to burn to battle a little bit or trade spots, just not too many. You can't lose sight of the leader and lose sight of the big prize because it's right in front of you. It's red, black, it has a number 36 on it, and it's within a second.
Needs to find a way to chip this away. Now we know how Sanders can pull forward and get fast laps with the draft. And look at how much they've suctioned up this time through. They gained 4 kart lengths down the back straightaway. Huge impact of the draft. Him and Strayer are perfectly in tune, and the gap is gone. There's the panic for the race leader. Here we go. Will anyone send it? Not this time. They elect to work together amongst the top 3.
This is all going to come down to who makes the next mistake. Whenever a pack is big enough, whenever you have more than 2 drivers, it starts to get a little crowded. The accordion effect of bumping and banging into each other or going side by side and 3 wide into a track that has had so much evolution, so much buildup, and so much dirtiness offline could see another driver's race end in tears. It's not what we would want to see, but it's the pucker factor that we know all too well from following these races for the better half of the last 5.5 seasons, and another main event national race in micro is looking like it could be at least 3, maybe 4, but Tristan Francisco this past lap has had a bit of a woe and lost some time. He's dropped about 4 cars back from the lead. This will help. New leader, Trey Sanders through turn 1.
Still not done because Tosti looking to toast to the inside. Couldn't get it alongside to the inside for the cut for the chicane. Now, back single file they go. But Sanders, remember, one of the drivers that had some bad luck with a chance for the race win yesterday got out of the weeds. Now we'll have to hold back 2 hungry drivers. Strayer now in second with that move, and Tosti, who looks to try and sweep the weekend for the finals at least. Now, the huge question, can Sanders get himself a lot of luck to try and hold back 2 fast karts? And better yet, can he make sure Francisco doesn't join in to make it a 4 kart tandem?
Yeah, Tristan Francisco on the verge of losing the toe. I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world for Trey Sanders, but it certainly would be a better scenario for Dusty Strayer and or Alessio Tosti, because it's 3 different teams, 3 different manufacturers in your top 3. Trey's wingman, if you will, in the RPM camp on that chrome and black nitro car. Tristan Francisco is now fully out of the drafting window with 7 laps to go. That said, 3 is a crowd, 2 is a party when it comes to trying to get away. All it takes is 1 or 2 moments here, and Tristan could be right back in the thick of things. The driver really on his lonesome at the moment is the kid in 5th, Jet Fisher. 5 seconds out of the lead, 3.5 back from Francisco, but more importantly, 6.5 ahead of Wiley Lee, who leads Kipling Canals back there for 6th. then in 8th, Michael Dean, and then 9th, David Thye III, who had that spin early. And of course, we lost Zachary Lozier to a mechanical, lost Bo Wyatt to contact, fighting for the 4th spot early, which leaves us with 9. For a moment, it looked like it was going to leave us with 3, but there seems to be something wrong for Alessio Tosti on this past lap. He has lost a ton of ground, Justin.
Yeah, Tosti right now losing a lot of ground all of a sudden. Seen him shuffling to the cart coming out of turn 10 before. Seems to already be starting to feel that little difference in speed as he loses the draft here. This race starting to slip away and slip away quickly. You can see how much that cart's getting shuffled. And with those shuffles, he's losing a lot of momentum. That's costing him the chance to keep up with Strayer, who's still pushing Sanders away from him.
Which is just a gut-wrenching feeling right now to know that Dusty Strayer is staying in lockstep behind the race leader and doing everything by the book to bring it down to a one-on-one fight and secure a spot on the box, no worse than 2nd. They've already dropped him down to just 3 cars in the pack. We might end up down with 2 here at any given moment due to the smart play.
And one of the things keeping an eye on that is noted by several crew members is going to be the balance of the car too. For Tosti, big thing, tight might be coming into play, and obviously loose is fast, but you don't want to be too loose. But if you get too tight, Sander, where you can't exit the corner the way you want to, like the 36 is looking, you lose a lot of time. And right now, those tires seem to be going away for the 36 as the top 2 still use all the runoff space and make sure they don't start plowing tight in a moment.
It's a good recovery lap here in the works for Alessio Tosti. He has certainly closed back up what was an 8/10 deficit. So the one mistake that hurt him, he's now just about made up for. Tristan Francisco still a bit too far away, but that was a 3/10 swing in the way of Alessio Tosti. Big time gains there. Lap time wise, the kids are even nearly a full second off their best lap. So even the youngest and the lightest class and the slowest class by lap time, by no means slow overall, are feeling the impact of the heat and overall the tire degradation on a track that really has you in so many high G-load corners. I mean, this is a very fast corner. As much as it looks like 180 or 150 degrees through turn number 5 in terms of the angle and rotation, it's known as the carousel, as you mentioned, Justin, on our track map, and it certainly drives like one. And then the S's, ton of speed carried there. The runoff onto the backstretch keeps the momentum up nice and high as well. And then here, this is probably one of the more park the bus kind of corners down at turn 11, but another fast run out of 12. All of that just, again, continues to heat up the tires and use them up when you're carrying that high mid-corner mile-an-hour number. 3 to go now, and we're back up to just about 3 in the main pack, albeit Alessio Tosti seems to struggle a little bit, as mentioned by you, Justin, there, that whether it's a mix of tires or setup or whatnot, he certainly seems to be dealing with more understeer than the top 2. But once the battle breaks out, none of that matters, and now he'll pull alongside for the lead as Strayer takes over.
Looking back to the inside, nearly got it alongside for the G-curve carousel. Strayer holds on in front. Now, Tosti looks to try and find the angle. He's been having to point the nose a little bit differently than the others. Slides the tires up coming out of 9 and 10. Will this force Sanders right forward? Sanders immediately wants to go for the pass instead of working with a 36. Takes it away, nearly overdrives the corner. They steady back out. Back and forth they go in the battle for second. Coming to 2 laps to go.
Trey Sanders looking to try and get a big-time win here and a momentum swing back from yesterday. He and Alessio had a heck of a battle then, but right now they're battling for second, and if they're not careful, Dusty Strayer will extend another tick in the win column for that young developing superstar. Through turns 2 and 3, incredible back and forth action here for second. Alessio back through again, but only a lap and a half to go, and Alessio signals to Trey to say, push me forward, but again, Sanders, he doesn't want to give up. He lost out on yesterday's main after a slick move to take the lead in turn 1, only to end up off the racetrack in turn 4. He equally does not want to give Alessio Tosti a massive points lead going into the final 2 rounds of the championship. He's out there for himself, but with the gap as big as it is, sadly, where he currently sits for the next half a lap, the smart play is to push Alessio, get him back up to Dusty Strayer, then try to pick the pocket of both of the 2 of them. And Alessio knows he's gaining. Look at the closing right into 1. Sanders back to the inside.
Your contact going all the way through the spoon. Now Sanders looks to try and find, is there any time to close up? We've seen big close-ups by the backstretch. Sanders wants to do it before then. Into Helen's corner, Strayer open the corner, lets both of them on by. Now it's the three of Sanders up in front of the pack, side by side for second. Tosti tries to get alongside Strayer. They single file up for the S's.
Oh man, Dusty Strayer had no idea they were still close enough that they were going to be able to send it into turn number 4. Now he needs a Hail Mary. Lap traffic looming, shouldn't play a factor. Down the backstretch, Strayer covering low for second. Trey Sanders into turn 11 with a huge gap out of 12. And onto the front stretch, Trey Sanders wins round 2. First career Micromax win for Trey. And what a redemption performance for Trey Sanders on Sunday. After a gut-wrenching end to Saturday, he'll end the weekend on top of the box. Dusty Strayer giving the congratulations to him. He seems equally happy to end up with a good run for himself and for Trey Sanders to get his first, and a job well done. Alessio Tosti, it's a great points haul, but I'm sure he'll be a little bit heartbroken for all the effort to get back up front. Jet Fisher ends up 5th. How about Kipling Canals, able to get the better of Wiley Lee at the end? He ends up 6th on his national Micromax debut. Wiley ends up 7th. Michael Dean III able to make it to the line. And David Thigh, a huge kudos to the kid in the number 14. A never quit attitude out of that ruthless karting driver. Even with a spin, even being way back, he charges forward. Justin, Dusty Strayer's having a heck of a time on this cooldown lap.
Yeah, he's got to pay attention to track. I know he's trying to have fun with the celebration, but you can wait until right about here. Now you can start with your dance moves.
Trey, what a comeback you had in comparison to yesterday. Tell me about that race.
I feel like on the 5th lap or so, I was kind of far back in 5th or 4th. I was just trying to get up to at least 3rd or 2nd, and then I got in front of Dusty, and Dusty was just pushing me up to Toasty, and then I just won. I'm very excited because last Speed Sports at last Road Tax at Speed Sports, I got 3rd. Now this one I got 1st.
Awesome, and I see all your supporters over there getting ready to congratulate you. Who do you want to thank for this win today?
I want to thank my team. I want to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my dogs, my team RPM, my mechanic, Jamie, and
awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You never forget your first here. Trey Sanders, the emotions are starting to sink in for that young man as he begins to roll along the scale line. He'll weigh in right here, and then the moment will really feel real. He's just got to meet or exceed the minimum weight. We'll get the all clear. And there he goes. Trey Sanders is your Micromax winner.
What up, buddy? Great job. Hey, proud of you, buddy. You did great.
A whole lot of hugs headed Trey Sanders' way. And maybe some extra moves, too, to dance here in the heat of the desert. We're having fun with it, as are the kids in Micro. But up next, FZ125 Sr.
James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsacek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsacek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a kart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
This Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Time for our next pack of drivers to hit the racetrack. FZ125 Sr ready to go. Kart Chaser happy with this once again from Tucson, Arizona. Musselman Outdoor Circuit here today. Getting it all set to go for who will win the first ever final for this class, Xander. We have a lot of drivers ready to see if they can make history here in the hot Arizona sun.
Indeed. First ever FZ125 main event on the national tour. Gage Korn leading your field around on the outlap, gets the inside of the front row. Theo Kakati will start on the front row for the first time this weekend after qualifying further back and having to fight through the pack in the heats. Then got up to start third for the pre-final. Pace was there to match a phenomenal start. He got the whole shot from row 2. And now he's going to have clear track in front of him. We'll see what Theo can do all the way from Dubai in the 444. Zimming Wang and Daniel Fellows on row 2. And then it's Mason Mitchell and Sebastian Cortez on row 3.
Row 4, that's where Cole Gaddis starts. Remember, he jumped over Kart earlier. See if he's fixed up the Kart after having some issues after said landing. Laurie Hernandez Jr. amongst those. That'll be amongst your top 10 also in the field. That'll be followed by Malatesta Spurlock. Those drivers will flop around once we get rolling, but we have one other kart and Caleb Brown here today. Gage Korn's had the long run speed so far, Xander. Can anyone match it today?
Time to rev it up. One last chance to hold your breath. Hang on tight, folks. FZ125 Sr is ready to go with the all clear from the back of the grid. To the lights for the 20-lap main event. Gage Korn, Theo Kakati. FZ Sr is green. And what a good launch here for Gage under pressure. He gets a nifty hole shot with Daniel Fellows following suit there into second. Kakati swallowed up a little bit, having to start on the dirtier side of the track. Back to third. Zimming Wang already pressuring him through turn number 4 as they rocket over to 5.
A lot of drivers running through some dirt coming out of turn 4 also. But watch this as Korn marches his way through the up to the Viborni complex. Gap still maintaining pretty well, all well. Wayne amongst those trying to figure out a way around Kakati pretty quickly amongst that choo-choo train that's forming up for third on back to end off lap 1.
Great start indeed for Daniel Fellows, but will it hold in the pre-final? He's able to get to fourth. This will help Zimming Wang to the inside, and Kakati caught out by it, loses another spot. Mason Mitchell is now 1 spot higher in the top 5. Great start for the 457. Up 3 spots also, don't forget, Xander Malatesta on the Ruthless Karting OTK. The X-Spree drivers up 3, having to start from the back of the field. Had a spin in the pre-final that hurt him in the overall points. He's charging right now, up 3 spots and on the cusp of Cole Gaddis, who is still putting pressure on Sebastian Cortez, hoping for a cleaner run on the attempt to get by the 471 this time around. As Korn takes us onto the backstretch again, see if anyone's close enough for a diver into turn 11. Kakati wants it deep in a front brake lockup, but he sticks it on the inside of Mason Mitchell. Back to P4 for Theo.
Had to get ruthless with that spot because the gap's already growing pretty significantly. If you want to keep up with the top 3, you need to find a way to get some clean air pockets, and right now, Kakati doesn't want to deal with dirty air or deal with even battling in the mutts the drivers outside the major points right now. All of this as well. Look at the run inside. Wayne nearly got a poke on Fellows. Will get the poke this time for 5 for the G-Curve Carousel, but overdrove the corner. Crossover back, side by side, leads the pass back by Fellows. Nice move by Fellows to outplay the run and cut back on the inside, take advantage of the overspeed.
Yeah, Theo Kakati is not afraid to send it here, folks. But again, now Fellows knows he's there. Now Zimming Wang into the mix and down the inside. And they're all stacking up here in the fight for second. Great news for Gage Korn as he rockets away out in front. The gap now up to nearly 2 seconds, and the fight is on for the podium. Wang to the inside with Kakati, who's able to find a gap past Fellows, who looks slow into 3. I think more so to cover from Mason. He does. Mitchell now teeing up a potential move into 4. Fellows again tries to cover off there. And that'll be back-to-back corners offline for Daniel. Let's see if he ends up a little bit out of shape into 5 as he stays narrow here. Mitchell over-under, not quite having the drive off to complete that.
Yeah, right now you see the slipping around for Fellows. Hit the curb, in fact, going up through 8. Costs him even more ground. At this point, Mitchell may need to find a way to quickly get around. Already defensive for Fellows. But remember, you can make the move if you keep it to the inside. Coming out of Musselman corner, Anderson Apex works for Mitchell, but the crossover right back gets planted down. But everybody else got better speed regardless. Fellows getting swarmed. Fellows is dropping like a stone.
Yeah, I mean, you're wounded at this point, and all the sharks behind you can smell the blood in the water. They know, and have been watching Fellows be offline for a full lap, as might as well have been. And that has certainly put him in a dangerous spot, lacking the grip that everyone else is, staying on the cleaner line. And you got a driver like Xander Malatesta at the back of this pack here, who has already gotten past Caleb Brown, is on the hunt on Cole Gaddis in 7th. And in fact, Cole, compared to how the pre-final was, is nowhere near the leg up speed it looked like that he had this morning. And of course, the conditions are certainly different. 96 degrees outside right now, folks. 127 and skyrocketing is the track surface temperature as well. The winds are also picked up a little bit. They'll feel that on some of the major straightaways here at Musselman Honda Circuit. But more importantly, this will be the first real session that we get a good read at straight up new tire fall off on a rubbered-in racetrack. It's about right around the time, about an hour later in the day, than when we'll be racing for that Pro Shifter 25-lap main event here at Musselman Honda Circuit in a week's time for the Pro Tour. They'll be equally on sticker Vinco Reds. That's the big difference here, right? These guys having 2 sets of tires, but a single main format are going out on stickers. It's a totally different spectrum where they're able to hit some really quick times, like Korn at a 50.6 right now, but their fall off is going to be tremendous.
Remember, seat time is valuable for some of those drivers that might be doing the double and sticking around here in Tucson for next week. A couple drivers, the Masters, had the thought process of helping set themselves up for next week also by racing here. By the way, Kakati in all of this has gotten around and has held on to second now. Kakati, the downside, you're 3 seconds back in the race lead, but has his friend in Wayne providing a lot of pressure as they zip about All this as well, the bottleneck that continues to form up with Cortez and company looking to find a way around Fellows and will try and make sure to get that spot back. Going to get interesting as this race progresses forward as we make our way down the back straightaway.
Yeah, here we go. Down the backstretch and into 11. Daniel Fellows now getting a little bit of a gap. We're getting to that point in the race where the speed will start to really show, and why in a class like this where it's so tricky to pass, it sometimes is worth it to take that over-aggressive or early speed approach with your air pressure and kart setup and even your driving style, because you can defend relatively well with the extra braking power, and you know the field's going to spread apart off of how much time is lost off one single move. I mean, a lap and arguably only a quarter opened up about a second to 2 seconds of Gage Korn's current 3-second lead. Now that they've evened out, Theo Kakati and Zimming Wang are starting to hit some good laps, albeit they're about 3/10 off the pace of what Gage is doing, who just got down to a 50.452. Wicked speed for Gage Korn on the independent this weekend, Maranello.
It's been impressive what Korn's done over the course of this one, staying in the fours this time. Send is back on, by the way. Cortez on the inside made the clearance, but Fellows couldn't get the overlap because he hit the curb through Spoon. Making the way through the chicane once again. Everyone else trying to find a way to dig, especially with Malatesta in the back and Gaddis wanting to make sure there's no uppies over top another kart here in this final. We'll say this with Malatesta, one of the drivers that has been fierce on his recovery so far, one of those racers that races out in the West Coast regions, has raced in Challenge of the Americas, has also been amongst those who came up from last year, raced in Supernats in the junior ranks, doing well in his senior classes both of the times for Malatesta, I have to say.
Yeah, this is a big leap here to go up into your first senior couple of starts and do it in a gearbox class for the 14-year-old. Right now, he's watching the second of two battles that we've got, because second has certainly heated up again. Kakati's held the spot for the last couple of laps. Zimming Wang has been able to get the better of him and is now going to try to pull a bit of a gap on him so he doesn't have to fight too hard in the closing stages of this final. We'll get the cross flags officially this time by the stripe. Gage Korn just out for a Sunday cruise, it feels like, with how much he's got everyone covered. 3.5 seconds, probably mark it at 4 with the exchange here for P2. What they need to be mindful of course, while they're in line faster than Mason Mitchell, he's not totally gone from the frame. And that lap, battling back and forth, cost them a valuable 4/10 on the cushion back to the 4.57. He's now just shy of 2 seconds away from P2 and P3. And then back here, Fellows, Cortez, Gaddis, they've started to drop Malatesta a little bit. He's still got a comfy margin back to Caleb Brown, Larry Hernandez Jr., and then Stella Spurlock, which at the rate that we're tracking, that could be another variable to keep our eyes on here, Justin. Halfway into a 20-lap main, and the leader at this rate would catch lap traffic, at least one, if not two, of the 11 on the racetrack. And who knows what lap times might do when we get to the final 25%. The heat, you're feeling it, 96 degrees outside. The tires are roasting. Someone who's in race shape, who has already stood on the podium at a number of major events and has been a serious standout star off just his rookie campaign and shifter, like Gage Korn, who's going to be still rock solid on the speed compared to some of the newer drivers who may falter a little bit in the final few laps, because you feel it. It's the most physical thing and the best gym, really, up until you go to the complete top of the Formula Car hierarchy, the likes of IndyCar and F1. Nothing else comes close to the power to weight ratio of what these 6-speed machines have.
It really trains you up over the ranks in particular on what to expect, and better yet, as a driver, how to handle the G's, how to be able to internalize the potential of exhaustion, but also get yourself into race fitness strength. Remember, we've talked about this a little bit, where these drivers will have various fitness programs to make sure they keep themselves fit, have proper diets, as well have proper sleep cycles, of course. Make sure everything along those lines fits in so they know how to drive. And keep in mind, Some of these driving suits, too, have been absolute sun-baked, if you've noticed, coming out of the karts this weekend. So these drivers have had a brutal amount of heat to deal with. Hydration's been important, and making sure you keep yourself cool while also making sure you stay fit to be fast is so imperative to be good here.
Feels like deja vu here, Justin, as we watch the FZ seniors to what we had in FZ Jr. with two major battles beyond your leader. This one heating up again. Oh no, problems for Mason Mitchell. The 457 heads to the scale line with something amiss mechanically, and that now promotes Daniel Fellows up to 4th, and this battle that was fighting for 5th and 6th is now fighting for 4th and 5th, although Fellows has gotten away a little bit from Sebastian Cortez and Cole Gaddis. Xander Malatesta now moves up into the 7th spot. Caleb Brown into the 8th position. Larry Hernandez Jr. in 9th, Stella Spurlock 10th, and then back up to 2nd. I thought this might happen. It has. Theo Kakati went to work, learned a bit from Ziming Wang. While following him, he has now put himself back in front of this duo battling for 2nd place. So two great fights going on the racetrack here in FZ Senior, while the leader is out in front by, truthfully now, you could call it a country mile or a desert mile, if there's a saying that would match here out in Tucson, Arizona. Gage Korn, class of the field here in FZ Senior.
Absolutely dominant yet again with the 5-second lead. But I will say, it's been interesting to see as well the development we've seen from our contenders. Remember, Wayne during his post-race interview made note that he comes all the way from Vancouver, which of course is a very rainy climate, first of all, and also, I wouldn't say too humid in terms of the heat, but the moisture in the air can be pretty high in the West Coast. For example, compared to that some of the areas where you're going to be battling completely dryness, you're talking about different fuels potentially and how the engine reacts, how the carburetor reacts, all of that over the course of this weekend that these drivers have learned here in the West, and they're going to have to relearn for later on in the season for the next stop on the tour.
The good news also, that while the heat is certainly putting all the drivers to the test, they got a lot of time to rest up and get to the gym or do testing on their own to see if they can last or perform. Very hot, much like this weekend, except mark it down 5 degrees, mark the humidity up about 75% from what we're seeing out here on the West Coast in the Indiana end of July, early August era. But 5 laps remain here in FZ Senior. Still, we've got the cameras locked on the battle for 2nd, but equally we're keeping a side eye out for 4th because Daniel Fellows has started to fade backwards again. Sebastian Cortez has reeled him in down to 4/10 away. Less than that, truthfully. Cole Gaddis is still riding shotgun with him. And all the while, Gage Korn only just now gets around to the finish line. These drivers back on the opposite end of the backstretch will take us to the end of lap 16 and over to lap 17 to mark 4 laps remaining here in this final. Phenomenal performance here in store. Actually, he was already past the finish line. 5 laps to go for Gage. And Gaddis and Cortez, nose to tail on the brake zone. They're going to drag race over to turn 2.
A little bit of contact initially through Spoon. This time the gap builds back up. Cortez gets a small cushion ahead and now gets a little breathing room for now in the midst of the orange carts here. Keep in mind, over the course of this, have to give huge credit to Billy Musgrave and everyone from his team that have put together the work for the past couple years in the first place, Sander, to get to this mark for this type of racing, from the testing to all the opportunities for drivers to get a handle of the kart to over the course of the past year. You're at the regional levels getting some races with this package. It's been impressive to now see it at the national scale really showcase what the top drivers can do here in FZ, whether it's been with the juniors or the seniors.
2 laps to go now here from Arizona. I thought for a moment that we had paused at the second. Gage Korn, 5.3 seconds out from Kakati. He's 14 seconds out from this fight for 5th here between the likes of Cortez and Gaddis. And he's headed for the white flag. Talk about valuable data too, Justin. I mean, the temps will be a little bit cooler next week, but the grip will be a little bit higher. It's going to probably balance out to be a really great test session and a whole lot of intel for Gage and his dad Henry. And beyond them here, great battles. Take a look at this on the split cam. Theo Kakati versus Zimming Wang on the top of the box. Gage Korn by himself there leading the way over to turn number 4. As we try to show you every bit of the action that's going on here through the final lap. Zimming Wang versus Theo Kakati for P2. Beyond him, of course, the fight for 4th and 5th really now it has become between Cortez and Gaddis. Kakati defending as all that he can. Korn down the backstretch for the final time. Gage has been exceptional, and he'll round Musselman corner, Anderson apex, and head for the front stretch. The first FZ125 Sr winners, Gage Korn, in the fight for 2nd will go the way of Theo Kakati over Zimming Wang. Gage Korn, your main event winner, in the fight finally for 5th. Oh, and they're going to drag race to the line. It'll be close. Cole Gaddis versus Sebastian Cortez. Sebastian hangs on. Daniel Fellows with a quiet, probably welcomed quiet final few laps there, Justin, to end in 4th. But how about it for Gage Korn?
Absolute dominant weekend here. 6.7 seconds to get the advantage over the rest of the field. To say the very least, he's got momentum heading into the next couple weeks or so, especially with more racing coming up in Tucson next week. And pretty certain he's going to have a very good time if we see him back here in a few months for the battle for the championship. Korn definitely going to be a threat over the course of the history of this package, at least for its start with what he just utilized with this kart today.
Well, here he is, Gage Korn. Mission accomplished. Dominant performance. And from lights out to checkers, all 20 laps, all the rage, Gage leads them all.
Gage Korn, absolutely dominant all weekend long. Just give him a second to enjoy it. Gage, I mean, I can't even imagine. How does it feel after absolutely sweeping this entire weekend?
I mean, it feels pretty good. You know, the chassis has been on rails all weekend, so has the engine, and I feel like I've been driving pretty good as well. You know, everyone has put up a good fight, keep improving every session, but you know, I'm happy to come out on top.
And what's your mindset like, knowing with all this experience under your belt now going into next weekend?
I'm super excited. I mean, I learned so much last year, so I'm ready to come swinging this year. And this one's for Nate from Marinello USA. This one's for you, Big Dog. And I'd like to thank my sponsors, Varney Development Partners, Foreman Heating and Cooling, Molecule, everyone back at the team, my mom, my dad, my brother, and everyone else watching back at home.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Here's a look at how the point standings will head to Cincinnati. Gage Korn's performance gives him a 63-point cushion over Theo Kakati. Zimming Wang only 5 markers back from P2. Then Daniel Fellows, Sebastian Cortez, Mason Mitchell, Cole Gaddis, Xander Malatesta, Caleb Brown, and Stella Spurlock, your top 10 in the standings. But all the rage, Gage Korn on top of the leaderboard halfway through the RMC Americas Trophy, headed to round 2 in June. 3 main events in the books. Phenomenal stuff from Gage Korn. And the young, now sophomore superstar in shifter kart action has his first career major checkered flag in the books, and in no better way than a dominant run like that. Nearly 7 seconds out in front of the field, who were duking it out left, right, and center. More action just like this when we return from Tucson.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team, it's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Mini-Max onto the racetrack here at the halfway point of the main event rotation. We've got 3 massive grids for you, all above the 20 driver count. Starting it off with these 8 to 12-year-olds here in Mini-Max. And boy, was it entertaining to watch them duke it out yesterday and in the pre-final this morning. At one point, it got up to about 8 deep in that lead group. And as they complete that opening outlap, we'll get ready to bring you the official starting lineup with a couple of major notables towards the back half of the board. 18 laps will be on tap for the Mini-Max drivers as we get set to roll here from Arizona. In total, we've got 21 of them that have come across the line here for this final. And so with that, we're ready to bring you the starting lineup here. Hudson Howard and Yusuf Adi will start on the front row alongside an all JHD MPG Motorsports lockout of the first 2 spots. Then it will go back to Mason Brody and Forrest Blair on row number 2. Row number 3, Samuel Chavery and Colton Bruck. Row 4, Connor Lipka and Lucas Tarango. Row 5, Oliver Langlois, Max Santana, who had to charge from dead last in the pre-final.
Easily done on the charge, but the field array rushing through as the rest of the grid pops through. DeGrosso down at 11 of note. Go did not come back earlier. He would be last. We're underway.
All smooth sailing through the first 4 corners of the racetrack. In fact, everyone has survived the opening sector up until here. It got really tight there for Max Santana looking on the inside, trying to challenge there into the carousel. The 119 aggressively looking down low. Dutch Westbrook on the inside now of the 142 machine as they round turns 10 and 11.
I think that's one of the notes, remember, because Westbrook spun out on the opening laps of the pre-final. Westbrook, one of the drivers that could contend for this championship, is going to have to push very fast if he wants to get up there in the course of an 18-lap race. By the way, Howard already got swarmed down to 4th. Brody and Chavery both zipped on by to the opening lap to break up the teammates. Keep in mind, Connor Lipka also up inside the top 5 for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, he has been knocking on the door of it, although he just lost a spot there to Forrest Blair. But most importantly here, with the way the first lap and a half has shaken out. The teammates, the unstoppable duo, it's felt like, or at least unbreakable bond between Yusufati and Hudson Howard has broken through. Mason Brody has gone by, which he's done before, but now he's got Samuel Chavery there with him. Someone to help bring the fight to the blue and white boys. Forrest Blair in fifth, and then a long line, all mostly single file with a big battle pack towards the mid-teens. And we saw that in the pre-final as well. As everything slowly blends together back up front, Mason Brody needs to gather it up nicely here and not risk Hudson Howard able to catch up to him and Chavery and start to impede their progress to run down Yusufati. Let's see what this run to turn 4 looks like for Hudson. He's already starting to go. Looking. Oh, contact between Howard and Brody. Hudson. Oh, no. Forrest Blair even gets tripped up behind the back of the slow 109 Nitro Kart. Brody really bogged down at the exit of turn number 4. Howard pulled the pin and let her fly on the inside of the 4th turn there, Justin. It didn't look like he initially wanted to go for 2, and then he ended up having to go once he realized how deep he was on the brakes.
Definitely wasn't expecting, I think, that deep of a send. Here's my question. Would some of those hits potentially pick up a pushback? Keep in mind, you have this lunge right here, side by side, into the 109, and right there, hard contact for Blair. That might be a hard hit to the front bumper.
So there you have it there with a good look on the left-hand side of what happened down at turn number 4. Second and third, Chavery, Howard, big deficit now, biggest one yet in the Minimax class at 7.5 tenths of a second. Mason Brody, 1.9 seconds back. He's outside the draft and by his lonesome. That's a dangerous spot to be because if the top 3 can stay in line and break away, he'll be left without any help at all.
Yeah, and we know how big the draft package can be when it comes to the suction. Keep in mind, some of the others are still fighting. Go and Westbrook, for the most part, have been syncing up together, and that's why Go's got the fastest lap so far. He's been able to get a lot of double and triple toes to make these passes. This time he gets blocked off, though. Lipka Munstos not allowing things to go easily alongside. Brook now trying to play some defense back on Go for good measure. Go, remember, every single race this weekend has either been a no DNS, has had a technical gremlin like yesterday, or had a flat tire like today. Go absolutely is motivated to see how far he can go up and go through this board.
Aiden Go, what a start. What a rocket ship start. And again, he needs battling up front just like Mason Brody as he now makes the move on his fellow teammate Colton Bruck. That's 15 spots in just the first 5.5 laps. 5.25 for Aiden Go. If he gets a bit of fighting up front, which there certainly has been plenty, he could do the unthinkable. What was almost realistic for Travis Pettit yesterday, what was almost reality for Macy Williams. They need the front pack to look like that group right there, though, going 2 by 2, all in the fight for 11th and 12th onward. Max Santana, Cristiano Del Grasso, Lucas Tarango was a front runner earlier in the weekend, having to fight from further back after some woes early.
He's been a front runner for even the pre-final today, just hasn't gotten the positions, it seems, in that 13th place on your pylon. But as you can see, some of the others work together here. Blair stays right now in front of Lipka. Go yet again continues to increase the tempo. He's the only driver in the field to set a time in the 53-second bracket.
I want to put an asterisk on that, and not to knock on Aiden Go, but certainly it was a huge help to start that lap with a big slingshot move in the draft down the entirety of the front stretch. This lap will be the real test. Is Aiden Go faster than everybody who's working together with a full lap of no draft out front or behind? Because as we can see here with Colton Bruck, Forrest Blair, and Connor Lipka, they've already lost touch with the 198. We know Aiden Go is quick. He qualified on the pole yesterday, qualified 3rd today. Blair with another move here down into 11. But the real test is right now. This lap, 54-1 for Yusufati, a 1 for Howard, and it is a flat for Aiden Go, a 1/10 of a second to the clear. It is still not enough without any other changes to get there before the end, having a 3.2 second deficit, but it is still certainly within the realm of within the reality that could be. And the wind, my goodness, is the wind picking up here on Sunday. Look at the feather flags here at the RMC America's Trophy. You can hear it on the cameras as well. It is billowing across the racetrack, and where that's more of note is less. It looks like it could be a bit of a headwind down this backstretch to magnify the draft, and beyond that as well, it could also really start to dirty the lineup for the leader and make it that much tougher for Yusufati to hit his marks, because he's the first one after the track has been empty for, from what I can tell from the back of the pack here, about 40 seconds, 35 seconds to be exact, from the last car on the circuit until Audi gets there. That's 35 seconds for the wind to just add a layer of dust and debris on the natural groove. And if Yusuf gets caught out by it, if he doesn't anticipate that enough with his braking markers and the like, it'll be that much harder to hit the same lap times that he's been hitting. That's held a gap relatively well back to his teammate Hudson Howard.
Yeah, noticing in particular, you see the G-curve carousel as well as with the Lewis S. A few of those marbles have, it looks like, blown up onto parts of the racetrack as little bits of dust have also picked up at 9 and 10. Yesterday, 9 and 10 was absolutely coated in dirt before. Look at some of the sends continue though. Go, finding a way around Brody, hooked onto his draft, and immediately picked up another 4/10 over the course of that lap. Go yet again, still taking advantage of the draft. Now he's within the draft of Chevrolet. Now the top part after that will be getting to Howard and Audi, because from that point, it's just outside draft range once you get past the 106.
So for Mason Brody, Aiden Go right now is his lifeline. Now with Aiden Go up and into the fourth spot as they're 3 wide and banging tires further back in fourth, or in this 4-car pack, I should say. This is further back obviously than P4. Ahead of them all, while we've been giving a lot of flowers to Aiden Go, and he certainly earned them, Dutch Westbrook as well. Remember, he was the one who spun around in the pre-final. That Bennick coming down the backstretch now in the blue and orange has clawed his way all the way past his teammate and up and into the 9th position. Couple of seconds back from Connor Lipka. His day far from over as well. 8 laps, and Dutch Westbrook, he could realistically get up to the top 5 before it's done. And now we see Aiden Go catching up to Samuel Chavery. Points forward, says please don't defend, because guess what? Right here, he's going to go past him. But Chavery, to his credit, not going to make it overly difficult, takes a look back, and I think he and Mason Brody are having the right idea at the moment, that Aiden Go is their meal ticket. He's the one that could bring them back up to the leaders, who are slowly closing in. And the longer it takes Hudson Howard to get there, the better the chances are, because we know from what we've seen already, those 2 teammates up front, they are great at working together and playing these races to perfection to wait till the very end to make their moves on each other for the race win. They said it all weekend long. They were hoping they could make it just the 2 of them. 2.5 seconds. Howard is already down to less than 4/10 away. That draft window is around 8/10 or so, Justin, and it accelerates the closer and smaller that it gets. So this lap, very much so, could be the lap that Hudson gets to the back bumper of Audi. And Aiden Go needs it to go in at least another lap or 2 to make his life a little bit easier.
Yeah, you see that right there, staying well in sync after a bit of a close-up, but Go isn't getting necessarily the help I think he needs from Chauvery. They aren't really butting up together to really connect that energy together to stay in sync. You see right there, Chauvery, if anything, is pushing tight, while Go has a lot better rotation off the corners to build up some of these distances for these straightaways. It's going to be a bit of a challenge now for Go to get much further now, because with no other help, he's not going to get the chance. He just lost the 10th because he's got absolutely no one able to really match what he's been doing in the corners in particular.
That's a great point, Justin. I mean, it looks visually, right, like he's got two wingmen with him. But when we get to the tighter and twistier parts of the Musselman Honda circuit, Go pulls away. And they're just kind of riding on his coattails. They're able to ride in the wake, stay close, and close back up in the tow, but they're certainly not fast enough to stay with him and push him further along. And again, Howard, last lap might have been the lap he could have gotten to Yusuf Adi, but Yusuf is still holding strong up front. It stayed at only 3.5 tenths last lap around. It's not exactly coming down to 0. And as they roll down the hill into 11, Aiden Go using every bit of the racetrack on the entry to the corner, even going up and over the curbing on corner entry to try and make up ground. It's still not quite enough. Couple more hundredths lost. That time passed. Chavarry's doing everything he can to push him along. Audi and Howard have now connected almost up front, down to less than 3 tenths. And beyond them, Dutch Westbrook still about 2 seconds back from Connor Lipko with help from Max Santana. Lap time wise, he should get there before it's over. It'll take about another 3 more laps for Dutch to be able to bring the fight to 8th place. Lipka all on his own. Forrest Blair and Colton Bruck have pulled away from the comp car driver. You can see those two top of the screen here when we check in with 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're a good ways back from the main 5, and Aiden Go now is even further up the road. Mason Brody now looking on Chavarry. He's going to go by him, and he needs a really good exit and a shove down the straight to keep Aiden Go within reach.
Isn't getting flush up to the bumper quite yet. Brody, remember, was very strong as a top 3 contender yesterday when it came to that lead pack, was able to keep up with it most of the way. Today, a different story. Gap isn't really closing enough heading into the chicane. Up to Helen's corner, though. Can they get a little bit more in terms of the entry? No. Once again, Go breaking away. I think Go is starting to really build a distance. That draft is the only thing that might keep them together, if anything, with the way Go is just powering his way ahead of this by an extra couple kart lengths this lap already.
Yeah, he is wicked fast. Aiden Go. This is truthfully as frustrating as it can get for a young driver. A class like this, you need drafting help if you're up against drafting help, and he's got none. He's pulled away from Mason Brody. He's too fast for his own good. At the same point, if he was a little bit faster, it'd be easier, but the leaders are battling earlier than maybe expected. Hudson Howard takes over back at turn 1 with just shy of 3 laps to go. So that could be the lifeline. Do we get a little bit too confident here between these two here, Justin? Do they think that the gap is bigger than what it truly is, or do they think no one's got the speed that they can race as much as they want and it won't matter? Because it will. Aiden Go needs about 4 to 5 more passes like that to really start to get sniffing distance, if you will, from the back of the top 2.
I think at this point, if you're Howard, your thought is try and find a way to get the weekend sweep, because you know you have a great opportunity to battle for the championship if you get the sweep over the course of the finals today. Now you have a good teammate that's willing to work with you, already seen the signal down the back stretch. We'll see it again as they work their way through Spoon. These two, even with the swap, didn't lose enough time. I think they're confident that they can make it between the two of them. It's just a matter of, do you want to try and hold on for the win as a teammate, or do you want to help your teammate win?
Yusuf Adi only was able to get a win in the pre-final this morning. He has yet to get a win over Hudson Howard in a head-to-head fight here in Tucson. And over the course of this year, Hudson Howard and Yusuf Adi have become good buddies in just a handful of months. Spent a lot of time together on the road, in the tent, all day long, weather and the heat, the conditions. And on Sunday afternoon, if you're MPG Motorsports and Jay Howard Driver Development, this is picture perfect. 1 to go. Your 2 drivers are 2.5 seconds out. Now you just hope they have a good, clean fight and keep a 1-2 order. Back and forth for the lead. Audi to the outside into the chicane. He'll give way. Howard holds over to 3.
Howard now looks to try and defend. Watch for Helen's corner. He takes it hard inside. Outside for Audi. Audi looks for the cross-up. Too far back to send it. They make their way to the G-curve carousel. Audi now looks to build up the run up for the S's. One more sending opportunity to go down the back straightaway, and they stay relatively close for it.
Little bump there into 9 and 10. Howard tried to really park the bus going onto the backstretch. Audi's still going to have a huge run at him here with the draft, I believe. He'll be close enough, but he doesn't go into 11. Over to 12. What do you do here? High side, low side. it'll be Hudson Howard with a huge win. Yusufati second. The teammates lead and dominate in Tucson for round 2.
Remember that question I just had? They did both at the same time. Battled for the win, but also were respectful teammates. They knew they had a 1-2 in hand. You give Howard the win when it comes to both finals this weekend. You give Audi a great opportunity for the championship the rest of the way. And these two worked very well together as they'll work to pick up every single marble.
Yeah, now you've got plenty of time. You've thought about it, what the cooldown lap would be, what the celebration would be. Hudson Howard, Yusufati, 1 and 2, 8 and go. A valiant effort, an incredible drive from the final row of the grid. Position number 22 to 3rd, fast lap of the race to boot. Unreal stuff for the Paralyn driver, and that team can hang their heads high, or hold their heads high after that performance and that show of race pace. But today and this weekend in Minimax belongs to Hudson Howard. A clean sweep of the mains.
Thank you.
Hudson, what a race that was. Let's let him get him some water first. I'm sure he's really hot after that race. That was intense, right? Tell me about those final few laps there.
You know, Yusuf got away at the start, you know, just tried to push, try to get back up to him. You know, we got away and 1-2, so very happy.
And you had some big celebrations there after you crossed the finish line. What does it mean to you to be alongside 1-2 with your friend?
You know, it just means the world to me. You know, me and my best friend are 1-2. It can't get better than that. So, yeah, I'm very thankful.
Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Just like that, folks. Right back at it. Junior Max already out on the outlap here, Justin, as we close the book on Mini.
And this field going to be very intense after all. We've seen Travis Pettit break up the pattern of wound speed, and it looks like one driver having some issues, the 228.
John McClellan. John McClellan there in the Nash and CB Motorsports entry for the weekend. An issue for a kid who was slated to start pretty high up the board.
Yeah, top 5 was about to say originally in the CB Motorsports machine. We'll have to work hard to gather it up. We're right checking on the cart, but everybody else look to battle. Here we go, your starting lineup. Pettit and Woon on the front row. Then row 2 is De Silva, and then Sanguinetti will be in the 4th spot of the Premier machine.
Row 3, John McClellan, if he can get there before the commitment line. Then it's Josh Wheeler on the outside. Brandon Ang and Alex Chandler on row 4. Isaac Payne on the inside of row number 5 alongside Paxton Romero's RPG Cosmic.
Switch the page. It's the Paralyn of Enzo Di Gennaro with Asher Bavon in 12th spot. William Vitor in 13th. Nico Urbezo, quiet weekend so far, will look to battle from 14th. Sonoda down at 15th with Kroger as the field's already doubling up with a lot of drivers. Are one of our biggest classes, in fact, our biggest on property.
Yeah, the final few rows there coming across the screen. 32 drivers on the list, ready to go. 20 laps, McClellan trying to get his spot back in line late. That might get a penalty. Here we go. Junior Max, green to 1. And again, I hate to mention it for John McClellan, but obviously they have 2 major points on the racetrack, the commitment line and the formation line. And once they're formed up, the field's frozen. Once they get to the commitment line, truthfully, the lineup is frozen. He was hustling after the issue on the outlap to try to get where he deserved to start inside row 3. He's now somewhere buried in the middle of the pack as they twist their way through Lowell's S's for the first time. Great start for Leo De Silva, even better for Hurricane Trav as Travis Pettit leads down the backstretch with about 4 car lengths, and it could become more as De Silva covers low and quickly tries to open back up for the corner. Oh no, Nathan Golseth, problem. Turn 6, the SCR science machine has come to a halt. And a heartbreaker for Nathan Golseth. It has been a rough weekend to say the least for one of our most recently crowned champions, the SCUSA Winter Series KA champ, hunting for that first career main event victory. It will not happen here in the desert this weekend, and he's gonna have to watch the rest of the 19 laps from the sidelines. A bummer for him. Who else did we lose on that opening lap? Let's see if we can figure it out here. Golseth out. I believe the rest did survive relatively well. One big drop obviously was McClellan. But yeah.
Outside of that was Whipple in terms of the roofless karting machine. But everybody else keeping pretty well sorted over the course of the battle. Sanguinetti trying to hold on to the top 3 as relegated Woon down to 4th at the very least. And talked with the Premier Karting Order a little bit yesterday. His organization putting a big investment into its karts. Right now it's trying to hold on to the top 3. Shuffle back for Woon for the top 3.
Not ideal for Ashton Woon. Christian Sanguinetti there, battling it out with him. How about Isaac Payne on the 277, starting to really get up and into the spotlight now as they roll through turn number 4. Single file, all chasing the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic of Travis Pettit. Alex Chandler there in the 260, trying to dig forward, see if he can't latch on to the back of this group and make it 70. But how about Yutaka Sonoda? Up to 8th. Great start for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver with a heartbreaking early end to his pre-final yesterday.
Kind of put him back on the back foot for the rest of the weekend with the bumper damage, but since then has really powered his way ahead. Back and forth, they still go for 3rd. Right now, De Silva having to really block off a lawn and spoon. It compromised his line almost. The more they keep having to block and go a little bit lower off the preferred groove, the more that's going to check everybody up. Here comes an air swap as Woon elects to take the line and take over 2nd with a dive as they all drop tires.
Yeah, De Silva hanging the right rear off on the exit of turn number 4. It's going to have him all out of shape and bottle that pack up backwards from Ashton Woon. The wind picking back up and blowing the rest of the dust. That got just loosened up by De Silva across the racetrack there. Woon, hot off the FZ Jr win, wants to double up on the day. Junior Max on tap here as Woon and Schneegenberg stood on top of the box yesterday. Colton Schneegenberg trying to charge from the back of the field off a heartbreaking pre-final. He's already up to 20th. That's 10 spots gained for Colton. Whoa, big moment here. One of the FAF Kart Sport machines, the 271, spun on the front straightaway right up and close to our camera. That's Rory Baziak.
Yeah, that gave a little bit of a scare there. We've seen a couple slides for the FAF machines today. That Canadian organization will have to go to the drawing board after another slide off of the grass to Narnia. But everybody else still trying to do one thing. Chase down the rocket from yesterday who charged up in the top 3 in Pettit. He's rocking ahead. Oh my goodness. We had Uppy's big jump.
Twice into the air off the left shoulder of William Vitor. Look at this. Vitor had no idea he was still there. Gets airborne first and then ramps up and over the asphalt ending onto the sand. Wow. And of course, our cameraman down there on the ground, our only low shot, Jerry Fandry, having a wake-up call here midway through the afternoon. Goodness. Glad everyone is okay. And again, most importantly, of course, not just us, but Rory Baziak up and out and all right after that scary and rough ride. Unfortunately, we've lost another. Colton Schneegenberg, something's gone wrong for the 217. He's dropped back down to the rear of the field once again.
Yeah, keep in mind, Schneegenberg was one of your contenders yesterday, and it feels like we haven't talked about his story all day long with how quiet his day's gone. Now, well in a contention after looking to really be on the pace today.
Well, he qualified great, Justin, then was involved along with Nathan Golseth in that first lap crash in the pre-final. We didn't get the best look at it because there was a crash even sooner with Marco Samet involved right here at the outside of turn 1. And as we check back in with the leaders, they're duking it out again for 2nd and 3rd, just gifting an even bigger gap now to Travis Pettit out front. De Silva is now back behind Christian Sanguinetti on the Premier Karting Tony Kart, looking for his first podium on the U.S. national stage. Sanguinetti, a rookie, I believe, in the junior categories last year at the RMC Trophy West event. A star-studded performance for him in the Minimax division. And how about Alex Chandler? This is a much smaller gap than the last time he had to charge through the field. We were building up for that story yesterday, only for a mechanical woe to take him out of contention inside the top 10. He's got a much prettier starting spot here in today's main. Started 8th, he's up to 5th, looking for 4th. What can he do here as they go side by side in front of him for 3rd? De Silva versus Sanguinetti. Chandler alongside into the chicane, nowhere to go there. He has to tuck back in.
Indeed, able to dig well over the course of this one. Here's another send.
Well, it looked like it could have been. I think he was covering, but what I wanted to jump in there as we showed the up and down positions gained and lost. Marco Samet from well off and nearly kissing the chain link fence on the outskirts of turns 1 and 2 has clawed his way into the top 20. He started 32nd. He's 15 spots positive now to P17 and digging on that BJRLN card. Still way back, and there's a whole lot of action up the road in front of him that could give him more opportunities to get closer and closer to the podium. We're at minimum a top 10 here in this final and salvage some points as De Silva continues to slightly protect for 3rd, and that is again solidifying what could be a one-on-one dogfight that we have seen many times over, changing out the drivers between Speed Concepts Racing and Ralston Performance Group, two absolute powerhouses here in the U.S. scene that have some very strong junior programs, and right now 2 of their top juniors are gearing up to get after it. Pettit the leader, Woon in 2nd, and that's not to take away from the groups here in this pack. Art Racing Edge Motorsports has had arguably the best weekend of any team here in Arizona thus far. De Silva still has a shot if he can reset right now. We're still only going to go to 9 laps complete. That leaves 11 still on the board, but De Silva's going to need Aiden Ingrata level speed to track back down the top 2 as they are lapping with clean circuit and no pressure. Chandler still trying to find a way past as well in his Iron Rock machine.
Still running 51 flats up for the race leaders at the moment. Compare that to the heart of the field. Some of the drivers are in the 51.4, some of them into the 51.7 and the heart of the Hornet's Nest. But as we come up to halfway in this race, it's pretty clear that the temperatures are starting to really impact the tires and making it to where some of these drivers will start to really struggle to build up some of these runs. Watch, for example, this pack. Two of these drivers trying to straighten out the noses, really pushing off in particular, coming out of Vibroni Complex and pushing tight. That's been an issue all throughout the day, is at the course's run. The best drivers are able to avoid the curbing, in particular there and in turn 5. The drivers who struggle with understeer will wash up an extra half a lane. Here comes a drive to wash into another spot. Chandler makes the move.
Alex Chandler now up to 4th, but having been trapped in traffic for so long has hurt his momentum, and it's given a couple of laps for Travis Pettit to really find his footing. He just set the fastest lap of the race. We asked him yesterday, we asked him again this morning after qualifying on the pole, winning the pre-final, how good it feels to start at the pointy end of the field instead of the opposite end as he had to in main event number 1, and to charge deep in the pack up and onto the podium. That level of performance backed up here by what so far has been leading every single lap in the 20-lap main, could really put Travis in the driver's seat for the championship going to Cincinnati, a circuit he has had quite a bit of success at. The last time I believe he would have been there, one of the last times at least, he doubled up on Sunday in KA Junior and X30 Junior competition. And now the gap is opening due to the speed he's got and what he put on display yesterday over Ashton Woon. Incredible stuff. Last time by, another 5 thousandths. It still was in the right direction to open that gap up further.
Just marginally in that circumstance. You have Brennan Aim, by the way, also in this. Orbezo quietly has gone up 7 amongst your drivers on the charge inside the top 10 here. With that being said, Sanguinetti just is elected to ride on, be patient amongst their top 5. Remember, has been a driver that's won a couple championships in his case because he's more known in Canada. Won a Junior Bricks Championship in 24. Rotex Canada picked up a final, then to win a Canadian National Championship for that side in Rotex competition. And then you throw in the win you mentioned in the West. Sanguinetti has competed against some of the best in the Canadian side and knows how to race against the Americans also to contend for championships and score strong points finishes.
Leo De Silva half a car length up on Alex Chandler now. is starting to at least manage the pressure well, seemingly having the confidence that he didn't quite have in the opening couple of laps when he was defending low and opened the gap up, because lap time wise, no, he's not quite there at the likes of Woon and Pettit, and I take that back now. He's certainly feeling the heat from Chandler. Covered way low on the backstretch that time. You still see the dirt on the sidewall of the tires from the off-track moment laps prior. Going offline won't help him at all, but it's gonna, at least from his point of view, get the best potential result, because I don't think he's got any hope or faith that he's gonna be able to go higher than the spot that he's in. He's gonna make Chandler's life very difficult to try and take this podium away, but now Alex, oh, he looked low. He didn't quite have the confidence to go even deeper on the brakes there into 4, and look at that, his teammate Nico Orbezo there, even hanging it tough. Right rear tire kicking up some dust coming out of 4, further back in the top 10.
We spun the Kart around for a split second, but all of them holding on. I think at this point, so it's becoming a bit of an argument between these two, because I think Chandler wants them to try and work together a bit, but it's been clear by De Silva he doesn't have the same trust, or whether it's been the defensive maneuvers, or now Chandler, at the very least, getting offset just for the case that can swap it around here.
Or he just doesn't even care, right? At this point, he's like, what's working together gonna do? You're not faster than the leaders. I'm not faster than the leaders. This is all we got. This is all that we have to fight for on Sunday. I mean, they're 3 seconds back. And Alex Chandler, as much as he wants to get the podium, even with still 6 laps remaining, Leo De Silva is making his life extremely difficult. And look at Sanguinetti with a second and a half into 6. Christian Sanguinetti finding Alex Chandler in a perfect and up for grabs spot as he was so focused on De Silva, sends him back down the board to 6th. He brought Brandon Ang with him, who is now in the top 5 for the first time this weekend on the factory Kart. And it'd be a great day if Brandon Ang could somehow steal the podium, because it'd be 2 pieces of hardware coming off the back of that P2 running FZ Jr. Here's 4th. And there's another one. 2 spots in 2 back-to-back laps for the number 279 of Brandon Ang. And now, 1 more remains to get another RMC America's trophy to head home with.
Going to take a little bit of close-up already. He's pointed out where he wants to pick his spots. Be like, oh, look over there. Take a spot away. Now it's going to require that a little bit more craftiness to get around De Silva, because De Silva has been really trying to hug the inside the second he feels any pressure. This time has a little bit of breathing space to work with. Sanguinetti still not trusting Chandler, or had to play defense because of how much Chandler has continuously gone offset into Musselman corner today.
All the way down the top 10, Brandon Ang back to the likes of Josh Wheeler in the 9th spot, and then only another second or so to find Isaac Payne in the 10th position. How about Asher Pavon in the 254? He's up 4 spots. Hasn't made a whole lot of noise, but has quietly crept his way into this battle pack here, fighting for the final stop on the podium. And beyond him, there is the 287 of Josh Wheeler, rebounding from going well down the leaderboard in the opening couple of laps. He has clawed his way to the back bumper of this group that have, as you mentioned, all bottled up by Leo De Silva, making that REM Cosmic nice and wide. And now Christian Sanguinetti is doing the same with his Premier Tony Kart, preventing Alex Chandler from making any more progress. And if anything, it's actually hurting Brandon Ang's progress as well, because he needs a little extra boost, it looks like, to get to De Silva. But Sanguinetti is focused on holding station there in 5th and keeping Chandler from getting any further ahead. And Chandler's teammate Nico Orbezo now will be the next one to close up. Maybe that'll be a little bit of help. Have 2 Iron Rock machines bearing down as De Silva again makes a mistake in 4.
That might be a little bit of what they need here. Force De Silva to pressurize mistakes. And now at this point, you close up by a couple kart lengths, and now Ang can maybe suction to the back of De Silva. Is within about a kart length or 2 to try and get some draft down. De Silva not going to flare out quite yet for a block, but Ang is there. He's got an opportunity potentially in the next lap. Now all because of 1 tire drop.
All the while, 2 to go. Travis Pettit's lead up to nearly 2 seconds. Here comes Brandon Ang to the inside and by. Leo De Silva caught sleeping in turn 1. Drag racing putting Ang on the dirty side of the racetrack to the chicane, and he gets the spot away. Here comes Sanguinetti and company. Now they put the heat on Brandon into turn 4. He's going to be a little bit out of shape now. De Silva hanging on with everything that he can to get onto the box. And that brings the whole pack back into frame. Wheeler, Pavon, or Bezo all have arrived here. All of this just fighting for third as the 2 leaders are 4 seconds up the road to at least just Ashton Wu, and another 2 from there to Travis Pettit, who has been dominant. Sanguinetti now covering again from Chandler into 11. White flag out for your race leader. 1 lap to go for Travis Pettit over Ashton Woon. Payne trying to get there on the green and yellow Hotz DD entry. De Silva into 1. Normal line for him. Sanguinetti packing him up, staying on the inside through 1, over to 2.
Right now, De Silva has the gap exactly where he wants it to be. Not close enough as Ain. He'll try to defend and cover off for the 4th spot at the very least. Sanguinetti still trying to find a dive, takes a small look, nearly got there, sliced the tires across the curb, hits the left side grass, loses all his spots.
And at the same time, Nico Orbezo got a slick crossover too. Big time shakeup back there. Pettit through, down the backstretch, Woon in second. The fight is on for third. Hurricane Trav strikes again. He wins round 2 from Tucson. And back here, look at all of the battles going to the line inside the top 10. De Silva third, Ang 4th, Nico Orbezo sneaks his way into the top 5 with a great over-under in turn 5 through the carousel, and Christian Sanguinetti, fighting with all he had, slips down the board to 8th at the checkers. Ashton Woon, a valiant effort all race, but over 20 laps, a 1/10 difference, ends up just over 2 seconds. And that's exactly what we were seeing when we were tracking them earlier on in the main, and it just kept going. Travis Pettit, Rollison Performance Group, unmatched speed here on Sunday, the only driver in the entire field in the 50-second bracket. Everyone else a full 10th or more off the pace of the 229 machine. And what a heartbreak here for Nathan Golseth, for Rory Baziuk, and equally for Colton Schniegenberg. Barely getting any laps turned. In Golseth's case, not a single one. But Travis Pettit, pre-final win and a perfect performance here in the final.
Travis, you led that race from the first to the final lap, not giving away that pole position at all at any time. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, yesterday I was in 32nd, like I said, so just had my head down, bang out consistent and fast laps, and just went forward.
And you had so many highs and lows throughout this weekend. How does that have you feeling prepared for next weekend?
Oh, man, it's a lot. I mean, definitely, I've never been at this track before, so it's a fun track. I'm glad we came, get some seat time in before Pro Tour.
And speaking of all that growth that you had, who do you have to thank for that?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my family watching back at home, Rollison Performance Group, and yeah.
Awesome, congrats.
Thank you.
Travis Pettit victorious in our biggest grid on the weekend. Junior Max done and dusted. Now Ashton Woon and Leo De Silva provisionally will join him on the podium, but a lot of cleanup to do from Musselman Honda Circuit here in Tucson. 2 more main events still on tap here, folks, from the desert for the RMC Americas Trophy. Masters Max on the way, and a whole lot of chaos still to clean up before they roll.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome back to Musselman Honda Circuit in Tucson, Arizona. 2 main events remain from opening weekend for the RMC America's Trophy. Masters Max onto the racetrack now. Senior Max beginning to form up down on the grid. Billy Cleveland, a perfect weekend up for grabs here, leading every single lap of every race session and qualifying on the pole for both days of action. And well, nothing has given us any information that this main could be any different. He had him covered by quite a bit in the pre-final, nearly 7 seconds over 10 laps. Chapman Ducat will be the first one to try and bring the fight to him. He finished third on the racetrack, but Jose de la Garza got a tramline violation in the pre-final, so it's bumped him down the board to P4. Ken Simonelli will join him back on row number 2, but Jose's already had a few times where he's had to claw his way through the field. It's the same starting spot he was in yesterday, so he could make some fireworks happen. And we had some unexpected ones in qualifying as well earlier this morning. But Billy Cleveland, though, can't say enough about him. His accolades speak for themselves. His performance this weekend speaks for itself. And with REM now getting a podium at the hands of Leo da Silva, on tap for potentially a second consecutive win in Masters Max, a perfect day. And well, they're coming up next here in Senior Max, as we'll get ready to cover their action as well. They're in the driver's seat to get another win with Aiden Ingrata, who has been lights out in that field. The final 2 main events here getting going from the desert. It's a hot one, and it's ready now for 20 laps of Masters Max action. Billy Cleveland on the right, Chapman Ducat on the left, and the New Orleans, Louisiana native with ruthless karting support gets a terrible start off the rip. It's Cleveland with a huge jump into 1. And just like that, Jose de la Garza makes that pre-final penalty instantly obsolete. Justin, he's already up to second.
Perfect start for him, especially with that bit of a checkup in front of him for the others. But now the tough part is keeping ahead. Remember, he spun around twice over the course of today. Once in the warm-up, once in the qualifying. We'll have to make sure he doesn't slip around with the grip. He had just joined this team, mind you, when it comes to this weekend, and now is looking to really build up a bit of a buffer in the lead up to what he's looking forward to in the next week or so. Try and build momentum for back-to-back weekends of success heading out of the Sunday.
Down the main straight here for Billy Cleveland. 1 down, and already the gap up to 1.5 seconds as he tries to pad the margin back to Jose de la Garza in second. Chapman Ducat back even further, struggling to get out of turn number 1 that time. And Ken Simonelli in the pre-final was able to hang really tough there with second and third, and hopefully he'll be able to keep that up here for the final. In fact, you got Chapman checking over his shoulder a little bit to see if he's still close.
Just trying to be careful here because you want to know at least how much room you have in terms of your marks, how much pressure you have from behind, especially since in the helmet, you're just trying to focus on the kart and trying to make sure you harness the equipment, but also listen through for whatever sounds around you, whether that's other drivers or whether that is yourself, if there's any mechanical faults that come into play. But right now, Cleveland, he's setting fast lap times as we'd expect. 52.5s to 53.1s for a majority of the other drivers in the field.
Chapman Ducat now closing up here to Jose de la Garza on the run over to turn number 4. Back down to a car length away. One thing about the Rotax Max package as well, Justin, that's probably worth noting is the carburetion's a whole lot different in the setup of it all, right? You run jets in the carburetor versus a lot of the races that we've witnessed. The majority of them with the 2-stroke power plants have had needle-driven carburetors that you can adjust on the fly. Here, you're paying attention to air density, you're paying attention to the humidity, the air, outside air temps, and you've got what you've got once you roll out on the racetrack. There's no on-the-fly adjustability like what you'll have with some of the reject motors, where you can tune on the high-end or low-end needles. And you see that often in the KA classes, even a little bit in the Swift divisions, and as well in IMEX 30. But the bold carburetors here for the Rotax packages, you pick what you want, and that's usually a huge, huge difference of whether or not you're going to have good power over the course of the session. You could be off by just one size too big or too small.
And that was actually a part of the conversation I had with the Ryan Perry Motorsport. Was it's a bit more complex, obviously, not just with that, but also the gearing in general. Getting every single facet into these engines just right over the course of the weekend. So you have to know what you need to adjust and know where do you need to approach things with these Rotax motors compared to those others where you can make those quick changes.
And that's where I think the Masters Max class is really good for the likes of the Ruthless Karting team, for RPG, and for Racing Edge Motorsports, and even for Christian Bird with CB Motorsports, that you get a session right before your Senior Max drivers went out to see if you shot it right, because it's the exact same power plant. Again, different driver, slightly different weight. Chassis setup may not transfer nearly as much, but from the engine side, you can certainly see whether or not you've gone the right direction and think that you're in the right spot. And if you're not, well, then you've got at least the duration of a main event like this, in this case, a good 15 minutes or so to make the adjustment to go the other way for your Senior Max drivers. So that extra bit of intel, I think, is something that's not nearly as vital on a weekend with the adjustable on-the-fly carburetors, albeit you still want to start in a good setting. You don't want to have to go backwards and have to make those changes, but you're not necessarily stuck with your decisions for the entirety of the session like you would be with this. And it makes the challenge, again, a little bit unique to the Rotax Max challenge, or to the Rotax Max package. On top of the fact, like Ryan was mentioning, the power band's vastly different. It's got a lot of power in that mid-range from 8,000 to about 12,000 RPM. There's another little spike around 12,500 to about 14,000. And it revs a little bit lower in general. While it does have a rev limiter, you never really end up gearing to get up to it. Even on a track that has some variance, like a couple major straights like this one here on the backstretch and the run down the front straight. And the slowest corner arguably down, I would guess, at turn number 11. If not, maybe turn 4. Overall, you're able to stay in that kind of rev range with the right gear ratio. But like you said, you're picking it in a totally different mindset just because of the way you see the engine curve on the data charts and what you can feel behind the wheel as well. Because you want to stay up in that middle rev range to not get bogged down out of the corner. And we saw that in perfect display with Mason Brody in the Mini-Max race when he got bogged down right here at turn 4 and the revs just dropped enough. It's not a nice linear curve up the range. So it adds, again, more pieces to the unique challenge of this package. At the moment, doesn't seem like a challenge though for Billy Cleveland. We're working lap 7. He's up to 6 seconds. And it'll surely be more than that before we're done. The other three, De La Garza, Ducat, and Simonellic, they've all stayed pretty close. Simonellic's hanging tough here over the course of this 20-lap main. Much better he's been faring so far than yesterday's final. In fact, he's right there on Chapman, even kind of teeing him up a little bit down the front stretch, just fading wide there to give himself the thought of what it would look like if he did want to send it to the inside of the black and orange machine.
I think just testing what little things you can try and do at this point, because obviously everyone in this group, I'm noticing on the speeds for the most part, are near identical in this pack consistency-wise. Simonellic last time was a little bit quicker, but we've already talked about the speed spikes that you may see between laps where you fall back down to your average. Simonellic in particular trying a little tiny bits of angles to try and point the nose differently, get a sharper corner exit, especially to set up the back straightaway. This time through, though, still isn't enough to really find a way to poke alongside, because Ducat has some good speed, it seems, for the straight line up at the time they get the Musselman corner. That's really propelled that gap that was initially picked up with the S's right back to the distance that you see now by the Spoon.
And with 12 laps remaining here in the Masters Max main event and the Senior Max drivers kind of looking on, I'm sure a lot of what's happening down on the grid is trying to see what the wind might be doing to the racetrack, because you've got so much dead time here where the karts are not on a specific part of the surface. You can see if the wind is, I mean, visually blowing any bit of dust, dirt, or debris onto the line. The S's are a great view here, a great angle from Jordan over here on the far end of the racetrack, showing you guys all of the buildup that has happened and how it's only really a lane and a half wide. And then down here at the end of the main back straight, where we see so many passes going to the inside on that long straightaway, or ending up just more than a cart width off the bottom, you're going to be all out of shape through Musselman Corner and Anderson Apex, and equally so down at turn 1. I mean, we've seen drivers from right here end up over in the bushes, in the fence, end up in the tire pack on the exit. It's relatively clear on the run in the first sector of the racetrack, and I think a lot of that comes from all of the starts. And it's also not as heavy load on the tires as it is when we get to the middle, like here in turn 4. First pass of the main event in Masters. Jose De La Garza versus Chapman Ducat. Contact! Oh no! Jose De La Garza spun and stuck up and onto the curb. Chapman Ducat all the way over to the other side of the racetrack. Here comes the leader, Billy Cleveland. He'll have no idea what just transpired. And we're down to 2. Chapman Ducat with contact with Jose De La Garza. Pulls it lazily off the racetrack into the scale line. And Jose De La Garza, broken front tie rod. Ken Simonelik has now been gifted second and a podium. Let's take another look at this. De La Garza on the inside. Chapman didn't want to give it up. And it's like the morning qualifying session all over again.
Yeah, once again, that is a passing section. We've seen chances there. I think Ducat quite simply either didn't realize the set was coming along or was hoping that there would be some give and take in that situation. But that's the tough part in that situation is once you're committed like that, like De La Garza is, you're eventually going to make contact with that bit of a squeeze.
Well, and now Ken Simonelik has the chance to do the funniest thing in the world. He might want to take advantage of the entry fee that he paid for and get every single lap, but he could park it here. He's still going to end up second. He only needs to do one more lap, and he's good. He's going to keep going here, at least for this other lap. 11 down, 9 remaining.
Who finishes third, by the way, in all this?
That's a great question. So the timing board would then go to the last time they crossed the loop, which De La Garza was ahead. But if race control reviews the incident and finds Jose at fault, then they would have to penalize him, and that's what would put Chapman in front. But it would go essentially like a red flag scenario where you go to the last completed lap. Let's go down to pit lane here as we try to figure this one out with what's coming up next. Grace.
Yeah, Cooper, we haven't been able to catch up with you yet this weekend. How's it been going for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a slow start, right? We've been preparing for this one for a long time. It's our home track, so all the weekends we've spent here and everything, definitely it hurt yesterday to be kind of stuck at the back, and I ended up with a P8 on track. I think I was 10th after a penalty, but yeah, I mean, that was due to an issue, but I think today we've done everything we need to do. I don't think I'm the quickest go-kart in the first 5 laps, but I feel like I have good long-run pace, and these 20-lap finals work for me. So, yeah, we'll see.
We saw you as a big mover yesterday in the final. Can we expect that again today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot less positions to go forward, but I think yesterday we definitely had a top 3 pace go-kart. There's a few things that were here or there that we've smoothed out today, been working towards. So the underlying thing that we walked into this weekend with is like it's essentially our backyard. Like we live a lot closer than most of our competition here. So just trying to stay in, not overcomplicate things, go with what we know. Like we really haven't messed with too much stuff, but the stuff that we have is definitely taking a lot of thought. So,
well, let's see how a local can show us how to get it done. Good luck.
Thank you.
Indeed, Cooper Auclair has gotten quite a bit of training done here at Musselman Honda Circuit, albeit with a whole lot less of a crowd around here. This paddock off to the left where the grandstands are and the fencing is, that's normally just added runoff used for the autocross events and a number of other uses of this facility. But with the 100+ entries here for the RMC America's Trophy, the near 300+ inbound next weekend for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, Well, they had to make use of every inch of this property, and it has been a huge undertaking for the entire Musselman Honda Circuit crew, and equally the KSG group here this weekend with the RMC Americas Trophy, the Superkarts USA crew equally setting up as much as they could in advance for a circuit that hasn't held an event of this caliber, or especially next week's caliber, in over a decade since the last time the SCUSA Pro Tour visited Tucson, Arizona. And now with 5 laps to go, Billy Cleveland, as you mentioned, one of many drivers here who we've seen regularly on the national scene. I would love to see Billy behind the wheel next week. And OK Masters, I believe, is already pushing up on the door at 20 total, if not more so. So we'll have some friends out there, which sadly is not the case at the moment. Senior Max certainly has a healthy grid. You can see it beginning to fill up. Isaac Malquit here as we follow him along, starting towards the pointy end of the field. Ready for action in what hopefully will be a race that sees someone, if anyone, be able to bring the challenge to the REM Cosmic of Aiden Ingrata, or will Racing Edge Motorsports for the second consecutive day sweep the final 2 main events in dominant runs in each one. Just different flavors. A full-on runaway, head and shoulders above everyone else here in Masters Max for Billy Cleveland, even to the point where everyone else, only one of the 3 remaining, able to stay on the racetrack.
I mean, at the very least, though, it's important for him to score points. He wants to represent the nation again, wants to have the opportunity to the U.S. Trophy Final, and that pathway involves, of course, America's Trophy and scoring strong runs like here today. We're seeing Cleveland just continuing to power his way with fast lap times, only 0.3 of a second of fall, give or take, for him compared to some of the others that have fallen off about half a second or more so in comparison.
And again, Billy Cleveland on one end of the racetrack, Ken Simonelik on the other in the CB Motorsports Comp Kart. Split by nearly 20 seconds, almost complete opposite ends here on a 50-plus second lap time. With 3.5 laps to go as Cleveland heads down the backstretch. Lap time-wise, didn't matter whether there were more karts on track or not. He has remained exceptionally close to his best, staying within 0.3 of the time he set all the way back on lap number 8 as he puts 17 now on the board, now within 1/10 of a second. I mean, just a testament to Billy Cleveland, the experience, the prowess, and how good a shape he is to be able to be within 0.2 of his best time at the end of a near 20-lap main event in 95-plus degree heat, a track surface absolutely roasting the tires, and it's equally hard at this point in a race when you're out on your own. Maybe not this far alone, but still out on your own, and you start to, the adrenaline wears off. If you're hunting down a driver in front of you, it's easy to disregard and not feel the heat, to not feel the exhaustion. But when you're by yourself like this, staying motivated and being able to continue to push and go faster is a difficult mental thing, because you start to feel all of the exhaustion and points. Grace, down to you here with 2 to go from Masters.
General, I think the team's got it right off the bat, and yeah, today has been a little more difficult, but yeah, we're looking to make our way up front in the final.
Yeah, and how do you plan to do that?
I mean, get a good, strong start, and then try to make my way up front. Really, that's the plan, and yeah, hopefully get to the leaders before Aiden checks out.
Awesome, good luck.
Thank you.
That was William Botillier, yesterday's podium finisher. He's got a long road ahead. He, Sean Butcher, Isaac Malcutt, all were really only able to get to the end of the top 10 by the time the dust had cleared in the pre-final. There was a whole lot of battling that went down earlier today in that 10-lapper. And now 1 lap to go for Billy Cleveland. 23 seconds and some change up on Ken Simonelik to bring it home. And his pace has been exceptional. That lap even closer to his personal best, Justin, within a true 1/10 of a second, a 52.318 to a 2:13.
He's had an absolute rocket ship today in the REM camp, and at this point, it's a chance to add on to the list of top 10 of the podiums they built up over the course of the weekend. This would be 3 total, but the potential for 4 if they're able to keep it clean. Cleveland just needs to keep it on track for 1 more straightaway and 2 more turns.
Long backstretch run and an easy coast to the finish. Billy Cleveland doubles up in perfect fashion here in Arizona. He wins in Masters Max. Ken Simonellic will come home in second. And as you saw while we were side by side, Jose de la Garza handed incident responsibility for the contact with Chapman Ducat. It will put him off to fourth. Chapman will get promoted back onto the podium. And you can see that the G-forces are certainly being felt here by Ken Simonellic, but he's going to get rewarded today with a P2 run in Masters. And just like that, one main event left to go, and it should be a barn burner with a tall order on tap for the field to try and dethrone Canada's Aiden Ingrata and the Racing Edge Motorsports crew from what has been so far unmatched levels of performance. The wind gusting here in Tucson. It's been a long and hot week for so many of the marshals, for our phenomenal camera crew and reporting team as well. And as Billy Cleveland lifts himself up and out of the go-kart, we'll get to speak with him here in a matter of moments, but a perfect display of pace and ultimately consistency over that 20-lap run for Billy. What a job done here, and a huge points lead he'll have as we head to rounds 3 and 4 of the RMC Americas Trophy in Cincinnati. On down to you, Kaysen.
Billy, a dominant weekend. Can you tell us a little bit about just the whole race in general and the weekend in general?
Well, it was a little disappointing that the regulars didn't show up. I have to get that right out there. And but still, it's a great track to race at. It's good to test, train, see what I can do in 100-degree heat. And here I am, so I guess I passed that part of it. So it was a good weekend. Program ran great. Rotex is doing a great job. Vinco Blues were awesome. And Team REM and Glover Racing Engines backed me up and got the old guy here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How about that? Billy Cleveland, 68 years young and as dominant and fast as ever. From the desert with the mountains off in the distance, folks. One more class to go. 20 laps on tap for America's Best in the Rotax Max Challenge in Senior. And there will be certainly a lot of side-by-side moments ahead.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Karts have been released here from the grid for the RMC America's Trophy Senior Max Round 2 Final. Let's take a look here at what's in store for the 20 plus on tap. 8/10 of a mile, 12 turns in total here in Musselman Honda Circuit, presented by Kart Class, your official track preview. Big run down the main straight down to turn number 1, known as the Spoon. It's a huge passing opportunity with the bend heading into the brake zone. Then the chicane at turns 2 and 3. Then over to Helen's Corner, the next major passing opportunity, turn 4. And it's equally deceiving as you have a slight bend in the racetrack going to the brake zone to end up off and into the dirt. Turn 5, a real long carousel run where you're constantly turning the wheel going into Lowell's S's 6, 7, 8, 9 into the Viborni complex, and then a major straight, a second one on the lap, down to the final 2 turns, Musselman Corner and Anderson Apex. It's a track that has lent itself to some phenomenal battles. We've enjoyed bringing you all the action, and now we're gonna do it one more time. 20 laps worth for the Rotax Senior Max Division. Aiden Ingrata has headlined the category all weekend, doubling up in poles and a pre-final win again today. Yesterday, he stood strong over Paulie Massimino, who kept him honest, but could not get there. Macy Williams and Oliver Hodgson, with a lot of speed shown already, roll from row 2.
That is Alexis Blairjohn will start in row number 3. Alongside him is Cooper Auclair, looking to take advantage of the track experience here. Row 4, James Overbeck starts 7th, with Swango down in the 8th position amongst your top 4 rows.
John Lucas Savalio was able to get up to the end of the top 7 in that earlier pre-final. Then it's Isaac Malkin and Lucas Hernandez back on row number 5. William Botillier and Joshua Sumfalis on row 6. Theo Silvera and Jose Alejandro Halfin on row 7.
Griffin Dowler down in row 8 alongside Chris Harrowler in the 16th spot. Malatesta double duty and starting in row 9. Billy Murphy 18th. Constantine and Chambers amongst your top 20 as the field gets ready to double up. The last drivers are Capel, Nickel, and Sean Butcher in last.
Going to the rear, I'd have to imagine, for a major change, and we believe it was for a seat change for Sean Butcher. Throwing the kitchen sink at it here, trying to get a little more speed, as that pre-final certainly left him searching. We get ready to go. Green flag in the air. We're racing for round 2 from Tucson. Great start for Macy Williams, as there's a couple collected. 4, 5 cars stuck on the outside edge of turn number 1. Jose Halfin involved. Chris Harrower is involved. Camp Chambers another one. 5 of them gone on the opening lap as Ingrata leads to Macy Williams, who's already protecting a little bit. Massimino getting swarmed as Hodgson breaks through. Bayerjon into 5th. Overbeck 6th. Auclair Malcut up into the 8th spot here on the opening circuit.
The main message, remember, from some of the post-race discussion was simple. Can you keep the machine of Ingrata behind the others, putting them in dirty air for the long run? Ingrata's in a great spot to try and get a buffer for when we get the long run kicked in. Second on back is not playing nice. They're looking to fight.
Hodgson is not wasting any time. Oliver Hodgson and Cooper Auclair, as Coop mentioned, have a lot of experience here. Let's look at the replay of the first lap. Oh, Halfin gets stuck onto the left-hand side of the 385 machine. That's the FAF Kart Sport entry, Asumvalis. And then it just was a dog pile as they were all 2 abreast. Macy Williams now getting swarmed. Back to 4th. No, back to 5th now as Bayerjon slips by. Overbeck next to look on the CB Motorsports driver. She was hoping to get away cleanly. Ingrata's got a huge lead already as Hodgson looks back and sees Paulie right there. And the question becomes, can the factory car driver lead the charge back up to Ingrata, or is hope already lost? Because look at what the gap will be, up to 8.5 tenths here at the end of the opening 2 laps. And Paulie covers low down into turn number 1 to prevent Bayerjon from getting back around him. He has certainly taken a swing at the setup here. I would have to guess, if anything, going aggressive on a long run strategy. Overbeck, his teammate, equally under heavy fire. Cooper Auclair and Isaac Malcut are ready to go.
Well, pretty clear that adjusted to that. Remember, that was their mindset yesterday in the BGR camp, was try and maximize the long run. That's what we see with Massimino in particular really being successful with. Today, though, it's the question, now that we've seen a lot of the teams bounce back and factory carts build up, will that now be a chance to have a long run pace yet again to try and battle for the podium?
Oliver Hodgson about a car length up on Massimino. Macy Williams, I thought she might have had the speed to get there, but the opening couple of laps have not hurt the young lady's case, or helped the young lady's case whatsoever. William Botillier now fastest on the racetrack as of last time by. Overbeck on the charge now to Williams. Malcut on pressure to Cooper Auclair, but more importantly, Oliver Hodgson was able to get down closer to the lap times and pace of Ingrata that time by, but he still was a half tenth off the speed. Malcut in the 370 has certainly not had the best shake of things over the course of the weekend here in Arizona, but the temps are coming down. The sun is finally starting to hide a bit behind the clouds and not nearly be as bright on the circuit, and that might be the Hail Mary send the field needed. 98 degrees, it's still hot as ever, but the track temp is most notably nearly 15 degrees cooler than yesterday's final.
Yeah.
Oh, battle for second. Massimino now, wasting no more time. He goes through on Hodgson.
Nice slice and dice for Massimino, but I think that's partly with earlier today, temperature stayed pretty low around the mid-90s rather than shooting up to 100 by the same point yesterday. So that's allowed these temperatures to not really spike as high. Some of these other drivers like Mountcut really trying to carve his way ahead, continuing on with the passes back there.
Nice move for Isaac Malquit on James Overbeck. So move him up and into the 6th position. Next up will be Macy Williams for the all-black Mike Doty racing driver. Further back, William Botillier, I believe, has gotten all the way up and into the 9th position. No, 10th position now behind Lucas Hernandez. Theo Silvera that slipped backwards down the board. In fact, he's just gotten swarmed by 3 REM Cosmics. As Hodgson now, for the 2nd consecutive lap, loses a spot in 1. Bayerjan is through. Ingrata with the new best lap of the race at a 50.8. But Massimino at a 50.94 with the pass might be even to him. The downside is now he's starting much further back on his run to hang with Ingrata than yesterday's final. Yesterday, he was able to stay with him all the, oh, whoa, Lucas Hernandez has absolutely destroyed the wall over at turn 4, and it looks like he was saying thank you or giving some kind of hand signal to somebody across the racetrack there. We knew the 3-4-5 going into the lap was Gianluca Savalio, behind him along with Botillier.
Look at this though on the slice on the inside again. Popping up underneath Bayerjan. Once again, Hodgson having to get a dive in. Hodgson seems to be fighting so hard to get these positions, especially when some of these others really not remaining patient here. Second up back has been kind of a hot potato on who wants this spot, who wants that spot, who wants whatever spot. But at this point, it might come down really to who's able to preserve the tires in the midst of this wildness and make sure they have speed in about 7 laps time.
Yeah, they're going to need to make them last with attempts as high as they are. I mean, Aiden Ingrata is certainly not going to be slowing down at any given prediction from the data we've gotten already. Let's look at the laps this time. That's another 2 tenths added on. And I think the field is already beginning to concede that this weekend is just going to end up in the hands of the 315. And the battle will be beyond him and for the spots left on the podium. Malcutt now passed on Macy Williams, Overbeck, Eau Claire, and a healthy gap to Botillier. Savalio another half a second away. Your update as well on the driver that started tail end of the field, Sean Butcher, has clawed his way to 13th. He was able to avoid the first lap carnage. He's still a good ways back from this group here with Overbeck and Williams close together, following Malcutt, who is trying to charge onto his first career Senior Max podium. There's a look back to where Butcher is. Here he goes to the inside of the Pfaff Kart Sport machine of Theo Silvera. That was for 11th. Griffin Dowler, the next one to bring the fight forward. He's up a couple on the Ruthless Karting machine. And then it goes on to Liam Constantine and Xander Malatesta for your top 15 spots. But Sean Butcher from the tail end of the grid. Seat change seems to be working pretty nicely for him. He's not on the pace of Ingrata, but he's close. And speaking of pace, Massimino that time, first lap in a while, he's evened out to Aiden. 8 laps in, 12 to go. The leader's holding station. Butcher ahead of the middle of the pack, if you will, with a couple of seconds now before he's going to see some more traffic.
Yeah, keep an eye on the race leaders as they zip around. In the case of Butcher, remember, having wanted to race in the States for a while, finally came together in the chance for that in February. But right now, I think this has not gone the way he's kind of expected here. Them in the heart of the pack rather than up at the front with drivers like Hodgson and Massimino. It's been an absolute challenge for him in his trip to the States as we continue to follow along with Ingrata flying around the track.
Yeah, he just pulled 3 tenths out of the hat. I mean, for a moment, a lap will go by and you'll think that the field is going to even out to him or that the pace is going to fade for Aiden because he had faded a 1/10 of a second off his best, and then a lap like that comes across the timing screen and you go, wow, he is truly in another zip code here for opening weekend of the America's Trophy. Oliver Hodgson holding that final spot on the podium. It'd be a sight for sore eyes after yesterday, where he crossed the line third as well, but only to lose it in post-race technical inspection. Alexis Baerjan didn't even get to really make much noise at all on Saturday, and neither did Malcutt with the problems that plagued the both of them. With a better start today, they're right on the cusp of standing on the podium, but they need to figure out what's best between each other here. You saw Baerjan start to protect a bit in turn number 1 that lap, fearing that Malcutt was getting a bit too close, and the speed of the MDR machine was going to be better than what he's got in his Premier Tony Kart. And an update on Butcher, this lap he should get closer to Savalio. That'd be around for 10th, and then another 2 seconds forward to find the likes of Bottillier and Auclair, who are just off the back of this pack. William Bottillier has actually been tracking down that group to the best of his ability and needs a little more infighting than what he's getting, because they're all just kind of in lockstep here, trailing off the back of Massimino. And everybody is trailing back from Aiden Ingrata. This is a dominant, a barn burner performance here in the works. Something that is rarely seen here on the national tour when you have this big of a stacked roster on the grid, Justin. I mean, again, champions galore down the top 10. Race winners, Team USA or Team Canada, or even home country team members like Sean Butcher representing Team UK. And yet nobody has anything for Ingrata. His teammates even, right, having the same data, power, access to all the same information and tools and resources. And Botillier's speed is certainly good, but it's still a leg off the pace of what Aiden's consistently able to do. Bottillier currently owns the 2nd quickest lap, as now Malcutt finally pulls the trigger. He had been setting that one up for about 4 laps on Baerjan for P4.
Took a little bit of time to set it up, but gets it done. But get into the conversation when it comes to Ingrata. Remember, has a strong pedigree as a Canadian driver, 4 racing edge over the course of this. Just so happens to be from where I'm at, nearby Kingsville, Ontario, which is a small town just about 30 minutes out of Windsor, Ontario, from Essex County. Amongst the drivers that's really been able to power his way ahead over the course of the weekend and add on to what's been a very stellar resume over the past couple years. Ingrata is going to become a major threat, I think, in a lot of other series, not just this one in 2026.
We'll get to see more of him here with the full America's Trophy and probably the U.S. Trophy Final on tap. And he'll have to go at this point to Cincinnati. And why not at that point stay for the next week at the SCUSA Pro Tour, especially if next week here in Tucson goes good for him and the rest of the team. 13 down. And Ingrata's lead continues to build up to 2.7 seconds now. Equally, Massimino is inching away from Hodgson. He is really starting to slow down on the factory kart, down to a 50.92. Macy Williams a little better, Malcutt a little better. And it'll be the question of, can Williams and Overbeck get closer to Baerjan? Both of them were a tick off of where they had been the last few laps and are starting to slide back into the clutches of Cooper Auclair, who you'd have to imagine is on a relatively similar setup to Hodgson. He was a 10th better than Ollie last time by, but not enough to get up to the back of the 348 machine. Further onward, Sean Butcher now 4/10ths back from Savalio, creeping his way closer to the 399, but they are 8.5 seconds back. I mean, it's just unheard of. Both of these drivers here, multiple trips to the Rotax Grand Finals. We're watching this here unfold. This is for 10th. So it'd be a valiant and very respectable effort, truthfully, for Sean Butcher, considering how this race has not given him a single spot for free. Outside of that turn 1 crash, there have been probably the least amount of passes in this Senior Max Final of any 125 Senior main event we have seen so far in 2026, Justin. And he has basically made every single position improvement on his own merit. He's about to get another one if he can just get a good launch down the backstretch and get into the slipstream off the back of Savalio. With 5 laps remaining, that'll probably be it. Outside of any other chaos that could open up in front of him, there's certainly some that could happen here in this 5-pack behind him. 5 to go. Ingrata the leader, Butcher closing in on Savalio, who continues to check further onwards, as Hodgson now has Malcutt even closer to him. And Bayerjan, I think, is really losing touch because he's starting to feel the heat from behind as well. But little sizzle, believe only 15 years young still. Oliver Hodgson, more than double the age, and the factory karts driver with all the wealth and experience. A Rotax Grand Finals champion, now a SCUSA Winter Series champion. The 4-time trophy final winner has a young kid from the Midwest with a nickname of 3 generations of motorsport stars. 4 to go. This will be a fun one to watch here. The next generation versus the current one down to turn 1.
And keep in mind, Isaac in particular is a young driver that has the ability to pick his spots for passes. Take, for example, race the T4 Kartplex a few weeks ago when it came to the Florida Karting Championship. Was one of the drivers that had to duke it on out and find opportunities to pass in a very tight technical racetrack, which was also fast-flowing at the same time. Here today, he's been picking his spots at a very fast-flowing track, waiting for the opportunities to open up. The second the window opens up a slippage, he'll take it. And right now, he's got to find a way to pressurize the veteran. We know how well Hodgson knows to keep his cool with so many strong performances over his career.
He has some of the best racecraft in the game. It'll be put on display here over these final few laps. And equally, William Botillier has finally caught up to the back of the pack. He'll be having to make some moves to try and get further forward and crack the top 5 to bring home a solid result as the second best REM machine here on the weekend. Look at this. Overback Williams, Eau Claire, contact in the chicane. And the fight is opened up. 3 wide, Botillier on the bottom. Can he get both Eau Claire and Overbeck? He can. And now, right on the cusp of Macy Williams, who holds 6th on the racetrack here. Bayerjan getting a huge gap because of it with 2.5 to go. It'll be a long run now to get to the top 5 for William Botillier, but he has worked for the majority of this main event just to arrive at the back of the main group. And he's there, and he's a car length back from Macy Williams now, headed to 2 laps to go as they enter Musselman Corner and Anderson Apex. Bayerjan by himself in 5th. And again, the fight remains looming for 3rd. Hodgson's trying to stay a little bit narrow. Wait till the last possible second to open up for the corners. And Malka, what can you do against the driver here who already is a winner on the year and has been running and winning in senior division since before you were born? Through turn 4, he's got a good exit there into 5. Can he catch him here? No, not quite close enough to pull the trigger there. Williams equally holding on to 6 as Bayerjan rockets away for 5th. And Aiden Ingrata all the while headed for the white flag. One more lap on a phenomenal weekend. Best of his career stateside, without a doubt.
That's the understatement with the speed he's had. He's only fallen off a 10th or 2 this entire run. Compare that to the others that have stayed similar pace, but just haven't had the hot lap. Blocking time for Hodgson. Hooks on the inside through Spoon. Can't get the run yet. Now looks to flare out. Try and dime it off as Hodgson covers off the corners. Will there be a send up Helen's corner? Not quite from the inside, but the outside sees the overlap attempt to the bumper instead as another block for Hodgson.
Youthful exuberance versus veteran experience. Alexis Bayerjan, another rookie, closing in on these two. Could he play spoiler? It'll all come down to the final run down the backstretch for the last spot on the podium. Massimino long and away for 2nd. Aiden Ingrata out of the final turn. Dominates in Tucson. A double win weekend. Massimino 2nd, and out of the final 2 turns, Oliver Hodgson survives as Gianluca Savalio is buried in the dust. And he entered the lap ahead of Sean Butcher. You'd have to think there was some contact made in the fight for 10th, because there was no one else around. Gianluca Savalio and Sean Butcher. What happened there? Battling for the end of the top 10. Indeed, some contact we're hearing between those two fighting at the end of the main event. But Aiden Ingrata, unbelievable stuff here in Arizona. Fast lap honor, pre-final win, pole win, main event win, perfect score in the points. It is huge now what the gap will be going into Cincinnati.
What a dominant effort for Ingrata. What a consistent effort for the BGR of Massimino, but some of these drivers like Halfin, Harrow, Murphy, really going to have to find a way to recover these points. That's a huge hit for their championship hopes for this series.
That's big, and it's a big-time gap as well as the points have been tallied so far. The water's getting handed out here after a hard-fought main event for your Senior Max drivers. Isaac Malkut, one spot shy of the podium, but a great battle and a clean one to end it out, and a solid end to the weekend for him inside the top 5 on his RMC Senior Max debut here with Mike Doty Racing. Let's send it on down to Grace in the scales.
Ike, what a weekend you had. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, honestly, we were fast all weekend. Just bad luck most of the time until now. Yeah, we were really fast. Just super quick there the whole time in that final. We were able to catch Ollie there at the end, just not good enough to fight him before that. So, yeah, other than that, really good, very happy, fast, looking forward to next weekend. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Macintosh Oil, VP Racing Fuel, Ownadol Racing Products, my dad, Mike Doty, everybody.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Isaac Malkut, top 5 today, good start to the championship. It'll keep him in shouting distance to the front runners, but of course a weekend like this, well, there's no question who ends up on top and who's going to go home the happiest. Aiden Ingrata and Racing Edge Motorsports with a great run. His teammates ended up able to almost take 3 of the machines into the top 10. That final lap skirmish between Sean Butcher and Gianluca Savalio takes Gianluca out of the top 10. But the point standings coming off of this weekend, well, they certainly have one driver in particular at the top. Let's go back down to Grace.
Aiden, you led every single lap that race. How does it feel?
It feels good. The car definitely felt on rails. It was consistent throughout the run, and yeah, I mean, obviously the result was good this week. And yeah, on to it next week. Last time we were in the next 30, we won, so hopefully we keep that momentum up for next week.
Definitely, and of course, who do you have to thank for this victory today?
I want to thank Kevin Monteith, all the Racing Edge Motorsports boys, great power. Kevin Glover has done an awesome job with the power this week. My mechanic Derek for the fabulous time wrenching this week, and yeah, the car was dialed. All the boys got it dialed, and we all put it together for the 2 finals, and we came away on top.
Well, let's see what you can do next weekend. Congrats.
Thank you.
Track cleanup continues here from the Senior Max main event. Aiden Ingrata, picture-perfect Sunday to back up the run from Saturday. He'll leave Tucson with a 95-point lead over Paulie Massimino and teammate William Bottiglier, an additional 191 markers back. Macy Williams ends out the weekend 4th in the unofficial standings as they finished. Alexis Baerja on the rookie 5th. Overbeck, Malquit, Hodgson down in 8th off the DQ from yesterday that would have otherwise probably put him in the top 3. Cooper O'Clair 9th, and Gianluca Savalio, a DNF here in the main will hurt him, but he still exits opening weekend and the halfway point in the season inside the top 10 of the Senior Max standings. They'll get 1 drop round, so that will shuffle, and we'll get a better read of who's in contention to fight for the title following Saturday from Cincinnati. But in terms of today, let's take a look here at the Coastal Ink Custom Printing official race recap here from Senior Max. Starting things off with a wild one down at turn number 1. Right off the rip, a whole lot of contact in the middle of the field, right in front of Sean Butcher. Good recovery for him to be able to avoid that. He had to really get on the binders and not get collected like his teammate Jose Halfin. And then here early on, Paulie Massimino gave Oliver Hodgson the opportunity to try to lead them forward. The speed wasn't quite there for the factory car driver, and he had to go. And then the battles really, for us, the spotlight was deeper on as Ingrata was flawless every lap with a 315 out front. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the timer begins now and the wait for the main event podiums as we wrap up the on-track activity from the day. Been a hot one here in Arizona. Not as hot as yesterday, but only a couple degrees, and it surely feels just as hot as it was 24 hours ago, Justin.
It was some intense racing all throughout the weekend, you have to say. For some, this picture describes it all. Some are just happy to get themselves into the cool conditions. Others are going to be happy to really build momentum to try and get themselves some tickets and focus forward towards the next run in a few months. The question will be, how will things fare out when we get to Cincy?
Got a long wait till then, but not a long wait for us. Podium ceremonies will follow here in about an hour, and racing action continues next weekend right here from Musselman Honda Circuit for our second of 2 major events for the SCUSA Pro Tour opener. For Justin Prince, for our phenomenal camera crew and production team, and for all the RMC, KSG officials, and everyone at Musselman Honda Circuit, thank you for joining us for the on-track action thus far. We'll see you for podiums and post-race festivities. If not, we will see you in a week's time here from the desert with the SCUSA Pro Tour Winter Nationals as the regular season is officially underway.